Good morning. Good morning. Yes, that's better. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure to have you seated with us here for this prestigious event. It is my pleasure to welcome you to CSEA. CSEA is the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, and what we do is evidence-based research for policy making. We're here for a stakeholder workshop on public procurement and good governance in Nigeria. This event has been put together by CSEA in partnership with Brookings, APLU, and Stellenbosch University. Now, a key word that would guide our conversation today is procurement. While I want to assume that we all know what procurement is, and we're probably all experts, a good teacher, they say, never makes assumptions. So please permit me to put on my teacher hat for a few minutes, and you can call this Eco 101. So what is procurement? Procurement is the process of acquiring goods, services, or works from an external source. It involves selection, process, and acquisition of supplies, materials, or goods for an organization or a government entity or project. It follows a very systemized project from soliciting of bids, proposals, negotiations, and ultimately making a purchase. This event has 4 major areas. The first being transparency, second is skill gap, gender responsiveness, and the use of behavioral psychology in procurement. Someone might be seated here saying, well, I know all of this, I have all this information, but I'll be here till about 3:30. So what exactly do I have to gain? And I'll let you know. You're going to understand the extent of transparency in the Nigerian public procurement system. You'll be able to identify challenges to effective public procurement, and you'll be able to discuss responsiveness of procurement to women-owned businesses. Someone else might be seated saying, well, when you were telling us why we were here, you never really talked about good governance. You've been hammering on only procurement, and I'll let you know. To know how transparent procurement is in the processes. If we have a transparent, effective procurement system, then we would have good governance in Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you that today will be action-packed, filled with robust conversations, deliberations, and insights. So I urge you to pay rapt attention, buckle your seatbelts, and get ready for an exhilarating ride. My name is Abe Michael, and I am the anchor for this event today. One more time, I welcome you. We're going to be moving very swiftly and briskly into the program, and we're going to get started with the welcome address. Many of you know him as different things, some a teacher, some a mentor, but he's actually my oga. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Executive Director, Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, Dr. Chukwuka Onyekwena, for the welcome address. Well, he will be seated. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this Stakeholder Dialogue on Public Procurement and Good Governance in Nigeria, organized by the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, in partnership with the Africa Growth Initiative at Brookings Institution and the African Procurement Law Unit at Stellenbosch University, with the generous funding from MacArthur Foundation. I'm honored to see a diverse and esteemed group of stakeholders gathered here today to discuss this very important and urgent issue of procurement. CSEA as a think tank serves as a platform for quality research and analysis and policy dialogue aimed at stimulating rigorous debates on the effects of government policies on economic growth and development in Nigeria and across Africa. Through applied research and presentation of policy options, we strive to enhance macroeconomic stability, fiscal transparency, and accountability. Today's dialogue is a testament of our commitment to this mission, as we've come together to explore how we can improve governance in procurement, in public procurement in Nigeria. This is a critical aspect of government operations. with profound implications on transparency, accountability, and ultimately the well-being of our citizens. I am honored to address you today on a matter of utmost importance to our national development. The procurement process in Nigeria is not just the purchase of goods or services, but its effectiveness has far implications for the economy and the welfare of citizens at large. There are three pivotal aspects of procurement. There is a transparency aspect, there's a skills gap, and then there's a gender responsiveness within the procurement process. In terms of transparency lies at the heart of a robust procurement system. It is the cornerstone upon which trust and integrity are built. Without transparency, the entire process becomes susceptible to corruption and inefficiency. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to ensure that every step of the procurement process is conducted openly with clear guidance and accountability mechanisms. Only through transparency can we guarantee fairness, competition, and value for money, which is the aim of procurement. Another important issue is the skills gap in procurement. The success of any procurement process heavily relies on the competence and proficiency of the procurement officers involved. It is imperative to invest in training and capacity building projects to equip public sector procurement professionals with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate the complexities of modern procurement practices. Bridging this gap will enhance the quality of our procurement outcomes and minimize risks associated with inadequate expertise. Over the years, men or male-owned businesses have historically dominated the public procurement space, thereby marginalizing women-owned businesses and limiting their presence within the procurement public space. The consequences of marginalizing women-owned businesses in public procurement are far-reaching. One of the consequences is that it hinders economic empowerment for women entrepreneurs and exacerbates gender disparities in wealth and economic participation. Thus, it reinforces gender inequality and constrains women's economic opportunities, impacting gender relations and societal norms. Missed opportunity for growth and legal concerns also arise from such exclusionary practices. However, we know that women play important roles in various sectors of the economy. Thus, ensuring gender responsiveness in procurement is not just a matter of equality, but also of economic empowerment and social justice. It is therefore for us to strive to create an inclusive procurement environment that promotes equal opportunities for all genders. This includes mainstreaming gender considerations throughout the procurement cycle, from planning and tendering to contract management and evaluation. By embracing gender responsiveness, we can harness the full potential of our workforce and contribute to sustainable development. I am particularly pleased to see such diverse area of stakeholders here today. Your expertise and perspectives are invaluable as we work together to address these pressing challenges. So I encourage you all to actively participate, in this constructive dialogue, and we look forward to the advancement of good governance and economic development in Nigeria. Thank you for your attention.
Please, one more time, a round of applause for our Executive Director for setting the tone right for this event today. Like I said, we're going to be moving very swiftly, and we're going to be moving on to the keynote address. He is the country director there. Ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address, Everyone is going to be seated, but let's, with a round of applause, welcome Dr. Joe Abba. Okay, I think he's joining us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be back at CSEA. I've been engaged with CSEA since its inception, actually, but we sort of lost contact over the years until my virtual friend, Professor Chopin Williams, who has been my virtual friend for probably about 10 years now. I remember meeting for the first time today in person. Asked me to come and participate in this workshop. And then subsequent communication from Dr. Adedeji said, participate and be a speaker. And then the latest one said, be a keynote speaker. And I thought, I wonder what will happen as the days go by. What else I'll be asked to do. So I don't actually have a prepared speech. Let me warn. But I thought I'd do a sort of landscape review of issues around procurement, which is what we're dealing with today. And so we came back to democratic rule in 1999. And in the year 2000, the World Bank did a country procurement assessment of Nigeria. And that assessment revealed that of every #1 that government was spending, 60 kobo out of it was going into fraud. Of every #1. So that's 60% of everything government was spending was going into private pockets. He then also calculated that Nigeria was losing about $10 billion every year to procurement fraud. And so we started by setting up a budget monitoring and price intelligence unit in the year 2003. And that started to set out mechanisms through which we could get out of some of the lapses in procurement that we have. And that developed into what is now known as the Bureau of Public Procurement in 2007, which was as a result of the Public Procurement Act that was enacted in 2007. And since then, the Bureau of Public Procurement has continued to announce significant savings that it's achieving for Nigeria. And so for the 10 years between 2007, when it was set up and the act was enacted, and 2017, he reported that he has saved governments 825 billion naira in those 10 years. And the way he calculates his savings is by looking at procurements that people want to do, questioning those procurements, removing the fats, if you like, and ensuring that what government actually pays is what it should be. People have challenged that methodology, but reasonable people can agree that some progress was made, at least compared to the country assessment that was done in 2000. And since that announcement in 2017, he has continued to announce annual savings. So, and if you look at it on average, the BPP will claim to be saving the country at least 25 billion naira every year as a result of its activities. However, an ICPC report recently, I think it was about 3 years ago, found that 60% of corruption cases in Nigeria were procurement related. And so you have this schizophrenic situation where on the one hand, we are now seeing huge savings as a result of better public procurement. And on the other hand, our corruption ratings are not actually improving. And if you worked in government like I have, you realize that it's virtually impossible to perpetrate grand corruption without procurement. Virtually impossible. And so we have this dual situation where on the one hand, we're announcing savings as a result of better procurement. On the other hand, our corruption ratings are not improving, and 60% of corruption cases border on procurement. So, which is which? I'm actually tempted to believe that if not for the modest efforts of the BPP, it would actually have been much worse. That's what I'm tempted to believe. Of course, the organization is not perfect, and I have a number of areas in which I think the organization could actually improve. But having said that, I still think that it could have been a lot worse without the BPP. It's a bit like when people accuse Nigerians of being too religious and prayerful, and say, oh, with all the prayers, nothing is happening. I'm persuaded that without the prayers, it would have been much worse. That's what I think of the efforts of the BPP. So, but if you go back to the Public Procurement Act and what led up to it in 2007, it basically wanted to create a level playing field through which everybody could compete equally as Nigerians for government work. They also wanted to minimize procurement fraud so that people don't simply claim to be paying 10 times.
Recording in progress.
Paying 10 times what something is worth. So we wanted to make sure that government actually gets value for the money that it spends, but also give all Nigerians or all eligible Nigerians an opportunity to compete for government contracts. Because without that, without a level playing field, it will simply just be the cronies of people in power that get government contracts and just split the benefits. However, there have been issues. The former Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, said, and I quote, "Our procurement laws are not compatible with the speed with which we want projects to be executed. The way our procurement law is enacted, it is the big contractors that can make the most money. Our law is holding us back." And it's important to bear in mind that when he was minister, initially they created this Ministry of Power, Works and Housing. And in the year 2017, that ministry did not execute a single contract, not one. And it didn't execute a single contract because the budget was passed late. I think the budget wasn't passed until about June or so. By the time you follow all the processes in the Public Procurement Act and all the regulations that the BPP set in place, you have to advertise in 3 national newspapers. You have to allow up to 6 weeks for people to bid. You have to set up a ministerial tenders board and then evaluate all the tenders, and all of these good things that were put in place to ensure that there is fairness and transparency meant that when the ministry was eventually ready to issue contracts, the rains had come. And so 2017 passed without a single contract being awarded in the Ministry of Power, Works and Housing. So Fashola was very upset. He basically was saying, look, our law is holding us back. And so you start to wonder whether we've designed something whose purpose is to minimize corruption, to provide a level playing field, but that constrains development. And the current Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Ben Akabweze, said, and I quote, if relied upon the way it is designed, the law is capable of killing growth in the local economy. So what do? We have this challenge of we need to ensure that procurement is transparent, is properly done, constrains theft, provides a level playing field. On the other hand, we don't want people to blame this system that has all these noble intentions to blame our inability or speed of development on this system. And I have a personal experience to share. When I was the Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms, I thought I'm going to try something different. I'm going to make my procurement electronic. And so we put everything on our website and invited people to bid, invited the Bureau of Public Procurement to come and observe the process so that, they can see that we're at least setting an example for the rest of the public service. And so I asked people to submit the bids electronically as well, instead of this, have this big box that everybody opens on one day. If it's electronic, there's an audit trail. You can trace who submitted what, when, right? So I thought I'm going to do that and just try it and see. Only to be told by the BPP that I could not. People must send in paper copies of bids. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand why we needed to go to that expense, go to that trouble to have people submit bids that they saw online. It didn't make any sense to me. Same as it didn't make a lot of sense asking me to advertise a bid of 2.6 million naira in 3 national newspapers, which will cost me 10 million to advertise. Made zero sense to me. So that's why I'm pleased that discussions are started about a national open contracting portal where people can bid. It hasn't made as much progress as I was hoping it would. There have been proposals on e-procurement and promises that e-procurement will happen. It's not happening as fast as I think it should. The Bureau of Public Procurement once had a schedule of goods and supplies, where, you try to get away from what was known as budget padding, right? Where you get one agency, they will pay, 50 million for a Prado Jeep. Another agency will pay 100 million for the same Prado Jeep. And you think, okay, so where is the problem? Some of the problem is that someone has just gone to Elizade and said, sell me a Prado Jeep and bought it for 50 million. Illegally, actually, because you're supposed to spend government money in a particular way. And there's supposed to be competition. And there's supposed to be level playing field. You can't just go down the road and buy a Prado Jeep, even if it's cheaper. You can't do that in government. Okay? So some people have done that. They've gone to people they know. Some other people have procured using completely different specifications. So some people want alloy wheels. Some people want leather seats. Some people want satellite navigation in the car. So of course the price is different. But the ordinary Nigerian is looking at it and saying, this person is a thief. Why is your own 100 million when the same Prado is 50 million in this other place? So we thought it would be good for government to specify. So if you're buying a car for government, no alloy wheels, no leather seats, basic, no metallic paint, basic stuff, simply go to the BPP portal and select Prado Jeep, and it will give you the price. You don't need to go and be bargaining. BPP should know the price that government wants to pay for each item. So you simply go, click on it. It should relate to the budget that has been approved by the budget office, because you're not supposed to buy without money. So that simple link would really just have gotten rid of all of these issues. But we're not there yet. We'll get there one day. As far as the states are concerned, the states have actually made quite a bit of progress. And that's because the World Bank and the Federal Ministry of Finance put in place this system called SIFTAS. It's a State Financial Transparency and Accountability System, I think it's called, where if you do certain things, you just get money. So put your budget online, we'll give you $2 million. Make sure that your procurement act, your procurement law in the state complies with the UNCITRAL code. You get $2 million. So of course, with that incentive, very many states improve their procurement laws. They put in place e-procurement systems. They started to make quite a lot of progress, actually. And they tried to make sure that diverse people could actually compete for government work. As all of that was going on, COVID hit. With COVID came the excuse for emergency procurement. And believe it or not, in 2024, people are still using COVID emergency procurement to bypass the system. That is still happening, unfortunately. And so what was supposed to be a brief allowance to enable, material that vaccines and protective equipment and all of those things to fight COVID has, of course, been abused by a lot of people. And there's a need to focus on that. Even after COVID, we seem to have swung completely the other way, where Fashola was complaining in 2017 that this law is a constraint on development, to a situation today where actually, if you did the analysis, majority of the big procurements we have are being done on selective tendering, which negates the whole point of what the Public Procurement Act was trying to achieve, which is to constrain procurement fraud and to provide a level playing field for people. We need to go back to that and then apply our minds to see how we can strike the right kind of balance between the two. There have been many innovations around the world in the area of procurement, and one of the world's leading experts, Professor Williams, is here with us. So I'll be careful what I say, so I don't get it wrong. But a lot of people have started to experiment with outcome-based contracts, where we will pay you if you achieve a particular result, right? And that has had mixed successes. So in some cases where the outcomes are completely within the control of the contractor, it's been effective. So if, for instance, you want to use it for street cleaning, right? There are indices. So I'm going to go down the street 3 times a day. And I'm going to see whether the bins are empty. I'm going to check the frequency of litter that I find on the floor. And I'm going to check if the place is swept. And so you can very easily give a contractor, yeah, you've done well, here is your money. It becomes more difficult when the outcomes are not within the complete control of the individual contractor. So if, for instance, I don't know, you want to improve healthcare, there are so many variables, including the lifestyle of even the people themselves, that are not within the control of the contractor. We've also had ideas about something called formal relational contracting. Our formal relational contracting is based on the idea that, look, if you and I are buying stuff, if we are buying diesel, or somebody is supplying us meat, you go to the person you know, the guy that you trust, that has always supplied you diesel over the last 10 years. What's the point in all these 2,000-page procurement contracts, right? Why don't we just do that? Because that's the way most people procure. That's certainly the way that the non-government organizations procure things. So if CC wanted to buy these desks, they will go to the people they trust, whom they've used over the last 10 years, and whom, if something goes wrong, they will simply call them, look, come and change it, or this thing is not good, otherwise I'm not buying from you the next time. And so there's a relationship that's built up over a period of time. And so a Harvard professor came up with this idea. I said, okay, well, is that applicable in the public sector? Sounds like a very good idea. Difficult in the public sector. Because like I said, you've got this issue of you need to create a level playing field, and then you need to tackle procurement fraud. Unlikely that you're going to have procurement fraud within your own company, right? It's only when it's government money. So that is a challenge. And no public servant. Are there any public servants here? Okay. So no public servants wants to go and explain why they did not ask the right questions or put the right clauses in the contract that enable this thing to go wrong. Nobody wants to go for public hearing in the National Assembly when they will invite the media to come and, what's the word? Huh? They come and grill you and tell you, you colluded, didn't you, with this contractor? That's why you didn't put in the right clause that enabled them to get away with not delivering. So it remains a problem. But again, the idea was trying to remove a bit of the adversarial nature of public procurement. It's not always easy, but something we need to think about. So what do we need to do? And what we need to do, actually, to my mind, is what this conference centers on. So transparency is key. We need to be able to see the procurement plans that people have before they even procure anything. It should be mandatory that procurement plans are public, they are available online, so that I can see what the Ministry of Works is going to procure next year. I can see what the Ministry of Environment is going to procure. I can see what NIMASA plans to procure. It shouldn't be a mystery. It should actually be a legal requirement that people post their procurement plans before the start of every new budget. Technology helps with transparency, because like I said, you have an audit trail where you use technology. Things are a bit more difficult to bypass when it's done with technology. And yes, I know. I've been in government. I know people can go and switch it off. I know that. I know when we say we want to do recruitment through the Federal Civil Service Commission, that people will go and want to do it online. People will go and disable it to make sure you come and find somebody 5,000 to collect a form. I know that. But the beauty of technology, like I said, is there's an audit trail. You can tell where it was switched off from, who logged in last. You can actually check. So technology is key when we think about transparency. The skills gap issue is a real issue. And that's why in many countries, all the procurement officers actually have to be registered members of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply, because it is seen as a profession on its own. I know that we have a procurement cadre in our system, but being a member of the procurement cadre doesn't actually mean that you have the requisite professional training to function as a procurement expert. So I think we should formalize procurement qualifications for our procurement cadre. The issue of gender is vitally important, and that's why, again, in some countries, I was in Zambia last month, designing an anti-corruption project for USAID. And the Zambian Medical Supplies Agency has actually set aside 30% of all contracts for women and young people. 30%. And I've gazetted that. So only women-owned businesses, only youth-owned businesses can actually bid for this contract. I think that's commendable and something that we should push for. And then the fourth aspect is the area of behavioral science. You see, it doesn't matter how holy the goat is. If you put a yam next to it, it will eat the yam. And so we have this situation in Zambia as an example, where every Zambian citizen is entitled to free medical care, right? You go to hospital for free. You get all your medicines for free. The problem is that public servants are legally allowed to own and operate businesses. Legally allowed. It's not like in our case where it's only farming you can do. Right? They are legally allowed to operate businesses. So what do you then think would happen? What then happened was that every public servant in the Ministry of Health established a pharmacy. And then drugs were getting missing from the government pharmacy into the private pharmacy. And if you go to a government pharmacy, we don't have paracetamol. But you see that chemist across the road. If you go there, they have. You go there, they have, you pay. And so we need to constrain the opportunities for corruption. And we need to do that by looking at those avenues that provide those opportunities and that condition the way that people behave. So there are all sorts of arguments as to whether corruption is driven by need. So, civil servants will tell you need to work for 27 years before you become a director. And then your salary is only less than 300,000 naira. So why would you expect them not to be corrupt? And I'll say, but everybody knows how much a job pays before they apply. So, what's the argument? And then if corruption was driven by need, then the rich will not steal, would they? But the rich actually steal more than the poor. And then some people will say, it's driven by greed. Everybody wants more. The real issue is that if there's an opportunity, people will take it. And I was in the UK in November, and the chair of the Public Accounts Committee was saying, these ministers have been naughty. When they were fiddling their expenses, they called it an expense scandal, ministerial expense scandal. And then she went on to say that, we privatized the management of prisons. And the company they let it to was basically, they were paid per prisoner. So for every prisoner you manage, you get paid a particular amount of money. And so they imported fictitious names into their register, were claiming money from government. And the chair of the Public Accounts Committee said, that's very naughty of them. It won't rise to the level of corruption. And I said, Madam, excuse me. In Nigeria, where I'm from, that is looting. That is ghost working. That is padding. That is corruption. Let's call it his name. Let's not say, oh, they are being a bit naughty. And that's why I'll end with the way we communicate about our country and the things we do. You can see when someone has managed, is addressing an issue of ghost worker or ghost prisoner and saying it doesn't rise to the level of corruption. Let us, while we recognize the challenges we have, ensure that we do not continue to denigrate our country. Because the Transparency International and other corruption perception measures that we have is exactly that. They are perception measures. And so when I say to people that 98% of civil servants can work for 35 years without seeing ₦1 million in cash, they don't believe it. But the perception is that they own all the houses in Abuja. They own all the petrol stations in Abuja because of a few directors of finance and accounts who are the only ones that see any money, and they see that money because they are in a joint enterprise with the PEMSEC and the minister to defraud the country. Every other civil servant gets tarnished by that image. And so, yes, we need to improve on our corruption. We need to take away the opportunities for people to be corrupt. We need to be more transparent. We need to be more inclusive in terms of gender and youth. And we need to retain the hope that with all of this, our country will get better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From being an invited guest to a participant to a speaker, and then the keynote speaker, that double promotion is one I've not seen in a long time. But thank you, you did an amazing job. I could just sit and listen, and it felt like storytelling. Thank you so much, sir. There are three major things that I picked from when you were speaking, and it is exploring cost-effective processes in procurement. I think that might seem like a gray area, but it's actually very important if we're going to save costs and also help with transparency in the procurement process. Also, SIFTAs. This was actually the first time I was hearing about SIFTAs, and I had to look it up. And it is a state fiscal transparency, accountability, and sustainability program for results, which is done by the World Bank. And also the need for proper communication. We had an event here on Monday with the MBS, and it was a major thing that kept coming up: communication, how we communicate to Nigerians or how we communicate in Nigeria to others. So I think that's very important. Please, one more time, a round of applause for him. He did excellently with the keynote address. Yes, so like I said, we're going to have, I would not call it a long day. It's going to be an insightful, let me just say, extended day. So we're just going to be moving very swiftly and keep to time as much as possible. So right before we have our first presentation, we're going to be having the opening remarks by a senior fellow AGI bookings. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Professor Lodri Sini. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, oh, sorry, I'm told he's online. My apologies. All right, I also see we have some participants online as well. Please, my sincere apologies for not recognizing you earlier. It's lovely to have you join us as well. So you can also drop your questions or comments in the chat box, and in the course of the event, we're going to attend to them. Okay, so all right, so we're still having, I'm not sure he has joined us yet. All right, so we're just going to move right into, I'm guessing with some time he's going to join us. We're going to move into the first presentation for today. And this is the Deputy Director, African Procurement Law Unit. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm guessing this personality is also here, seated with us. All right, the beautiful Professor Shope Williams. Please, a round of applause for her. I called you right, man. Shope Williams, yes. Mr. Eddie, can we have the...
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the existing protocols. My name is Shopper Williams. I'm a law professor at Stellenbosch University, South Africa, but I'm Nigerian through and through. A bit about what we're doing today. I hope this is going to work. We have a project, the African Procurement Law Unit, which is part of Stellenbosch University, where I work. I've been there for 8 years. Before I moved to Stellenbosch, I was a lecturer at University of Lagos. I studied at University of Lagos. I did law school in Buhari. My parents live in Abuja, so I am from Lagos, but I consider myself a citizen of FCT, if you can say that. So we had a project with CC and Brookings, which is a US-based organization funded by MacArthur. And the idea of the project is what we're talking about today, and it's on good governance and public procurement in Nigeria. So we're going to talk about the project and have a little bit of sharing knowledge about how we can move procurement forward. I really liked what Dr. Joaba was saying about the fact that procurement is really important and it's central in Nigeria. It is one of the main ways where people embezzle government funds. I teach public procurement in Stellenbosch University in South Africa, and I always tell my students, procurement is the delivery mechanism for development. So, you can hear me right? Okay. Procurement is the delivery mechanism for development. Now, what does that mean? It means that if our procurement systems aren't working, then developmentally, we will have challenges. And we see those challenges. I've lived in Nigeria, I grew up in Nigeria. Those challenges are with us every single day. And many of them can be traced to our procurement systems. So I'll talk a bit about the project, talk a bit about the parts that my university handled in the project and what the next steps are. So it started in 2022. I had a meeting with the head of Brookings Africa Growth Initiative. And we were talking about procurement in Nigeria. He had read a book I'd written. And we had this conversation, like, what can we do, as Nigerians to try and take this conversation forward? Because it's important. And we came up with this idea to have a project that will just look at some aspects of procurement in Nigeria, and think about what we can do, examine some aspects, and talk about it and try and see if we can implement some of the ideas that we had. So we took our project plan to MacArthur Foundation, and they agreed to fund the project. So as I said, I work in Stellenbosch University. I run a unit within the university called the African Procurement Law Unit. The unit was created in 2011, and basically what we do is that we try to disseminate information on public procurement in Africa. And we've tried in the last, how many years now? Well, 10 years, I think, more, to create a community of African procurement academics and practitioners in Africa. Now, public procurement is not taught at many universities in Africa. Stellenbosch University is one of the few, and I was one of the people who started the course because we felt that some of you might know, a lot of procurement practitioners from Africa, they either go to Nottingham University to study public procurement law, or they go to Italy to study at Tor Vergata University, or they go to George Washington University in America. And a lot of the content they study is not relevant to Africa. And I know this because I taught at the University of Nottingham, and I was part of the people that started that course. So I know that those courses are geared towards those markets. So apart from the fact that the content isn't relevant, the other thing is that, of course, the money is not beans. right? And now that our Naira is doing what it's doing, it's even more, for me, I feel like it's a waste of public money to spend money studying at those universities. So what we did at Stellenbosch is that we created a hybrid course, which means it's mostly online, and we teach a master's and a public procurement diploma on public procurement relation and policy. So that's what I've been doing since I got to Stellenbosch, and the course started in 2020. Anyway, back to this project. There were 4 things we wanted to look at with the project, and Dr. Abba has already talked about that. We wanted to talk about behavioral insights. So this is an aspect of psychology that really thinks about how people actually make decisions, right? The problem is that law and economics have thought about corruption from a very rational basis. So they always talk about the fact that if people have an opportunity and they see money, they are going to take it. That people do a cost benefit analysis before they lose government money. That has always been the thinking, but that's not true, because that's not the way people make decisions. Even the decision you make as to whether you're going to have bread or akabu takes a lot more thinking than what lawyers and economics tell us that we do when we're thinking about corruption. And what it has meant is that we have designed anti-corruption interventions in a way that makes it sound like everybody fits into this mold. Is there money? Do I have the opportunity? I will take it. But that's not how we make decisions. So the idea of behavioral insight is that let's look at psychology. And that psychology tells us how our brains actually work, how we make decisions. And we use that information to design interventions that actually speak to the way human beings think and make decisions. And we can use that to design anti-corruption interventions that would be more useful. Because with all the laws that we have against corruption and everything, we don't seem to have like a lot of results coming from those laws. Am I making sense? So the idea is like, can we think about how we actually think as human beings and make our interventions, follow that route? So those are one of the things we wanted to look at. Then we talked about gender issue. Now, gender is important for many reasons. Women are, half of the capacity of every country, own about 40% of small businesses, but are not integrated into public sector procurement at the scale at which they participate in the economy. So it's like looking at that and how can we address that? The other thing we wanted to look at in the project is looking at data in procurement in Africa and in Nigeria. What can we do to increase data transparency, to make procurement more efficient? Dr. Abba mentioned some of that. And then the other thing we wanted to look at was the capacity skills gap in Nigeria, which is an issue. So in terms of the project, the African Procurement Law Unit dealt with the issues pertaining to gender and behavioral insights, and CC dealt with the aspects of open data and the skills gap. And my colleague from CC, Dr. Adeniro, will talk about that in a minute. So I'll quickly talk about the aspects of the project that I was responsible for. So the gender aspect. So when we talk about public procurement, Dr. Abba has told us, it's basically that system that we use to buy goods, construction services in order for the public sector to fulfill its mandate to the citizens. So what is key there is that procurement is not for the public sector. Procurement is for the benefit of the people. So if the people are not getting the benefit, then we have to go back and say, why are we not getting this benefit? So one of the aspects of procurement is this issue of gender. It's like, why are women-owned businesses not accessing procurement contracts at the same rate as men-owned businesses? So the data will tell us that in most countries, women receive between 1% and 6% of government contracts. And those figures are dire because, as I've said, women make up 51% of the population. Women own about 40% of especially small businesses. So why are they not participating? And so we were trying to say that why is there such a disparity in these figures? And the idea of gender responsive procurement is 2 things. It's about making sure that women-owned businesses can obtain government contracts. But more importantly for me, it's about designing public services in a way that takes into account the gender of the users. I'll give a very simple explanation or idea that all of you will understand. Sometimes as a woman, you go into a public bathroom, maybe not public, okay, you go into a bathroom and there are no hooks for your bag in the bathroom, yes or no? And what do you have to do? What do you do with your bag? But that's nasty, right? Or you have to hold it or hook it on your neck and you try to use the bathroom. So that bathroom was not designed with you as a user in mind. Or you go to a bathroom, you have a young baby you need to change. There are no changing facilities. What do? What do? You squat and you put the baby on your lap, and you have to change the nappy. So that bathroom was not designed with you in mind as a user. And there are so many facilities like that that are not designed in a way that caters for who is actually using them. So when we design public bathrooms, or we design access to buildings that don't have a ramp or a wheelchair, they're not designed for certain categories of people. So we're thinking about procurement, that can procurement actually work for people? In South Africa, where I live, because of obviously apartheid and all that, the government has to put public toilets in a lot of the townships because they were developed the houses were developed without indoor plumbing, without indoor toilets. But a lot of those external toilets, they don't have locks on the doors. They don't have light in them. What does that mean? It means that in some communities, women are raped trying to go to the toilet at night, right? They are attacked, they are robbed, their phone taken off them because they're using their phone torchlight. So you think about that, those services are not designed with the users in mind. So gender responsive procurement is two things: women getting access to contracts and public services being designed in a way that women can benefit from them. So in terms of this project, we were looking at women trying to get access to public contracts. So as I said, women get about 5% of public contracts, but women own about 40% of SMEs. And gender responsive procurement is important for many reasons. Of course, we know from research, and I don't think I need to tell the women or people in this room that the more educated a woman is, it means the more educated her children will be. So education is tied directly to a mother, not actually to the father. Children's poverty, children's health outcomes, children's education depends on the mother's level of economic empowerment and not actually the father's. And of course, gender-based violence is directly tied to the economic advancement of women. Women get trapped in relationships where they don't have their own financial independence. We've also found that in many countries, especially after COVID, the ability of communities and countries to respond to disasters depends on the economic empowerment of women. So social resilience is boosted when women are more financially capable. So the basic thing is that our societies will not do well as long as women are not doing well. So whether we like it or not, we find that countries that don't prioritize the advancements, the economic advancement of women, those countries actually are not as competitive, are not as economically viable, and don't have and have much worse outcomes than countries that actually boost women's participation in the economy. So in coming to Nigeria, we have a lot of challenges. We have a high gender gap, gender pay gap in terms of the difference between what men and women earn. We have a high gender wealth gap. Of course, men are wealthier overall than women are. We have gender disparities in formal employment. So if you look at any organization, you'll find that there are a lot of women at the lower level and at the middle, but at the top, you don't see as much, as many women managers and bosses. Of course, women bear a disproportionate amount of unpaid domestic labor. So, child rearing tasks, household tasks usually fall on women. What does that mean? That means that women cannot participate in formal employment to the same extent that men do. And it means that women cannot scale up businesses to the same extent that men do. There was research done in some African countries where they said, on average, men do about 30 minutes of household tasks, while women do 300 to 500 minutes of household tasks. So it means that if you're a woman and you have a business, then you have time poverty, right? You don't have as much time to focus on it, so you cannot scale to the same extent as if you were a man. So we've had, in Nigeria and many other African countries, we know that this is important. We know that the economic advancement of women is important. We have a gender policy that was written in 2021, and it contains a target to promote women's access to procurement, but doesn't say how. And many federal and states don't have legal provisions for increasing the award of contracts to women-owned businesses, except for Ekiti State, which I'll talk about in a minute. So some of the problems that we have in terms of gender procurement in Nigeria, there's a lack of legal or policy mandates for this. As I said, only Ekiti State is a state that has actually, as far as we are aware, has intentionally designed procurement in order to ensure that women can obtain businesses. procurement is complex. Dr. Joaba talked about Fashola's complaint. It's complex. There are high financial barriers to entry, and that creates a barrier to women-owned businesses that are mainly small and medium enterprises. So a lot of the barriers that women face are also actually faced by small and medium enterprises. Now, in some cases, not all, but there's a barrier by technology that technology creates to women who don't have access to it. We have what we call in procurement an informational asymmetry, which means that there's unequal access to information about procurement. And that itself, if people don't have access to the opportunities, or the opportunities are not disseminated in a place or in a medium where people can see, then of course people don't know what's going on and they can't participate. I've talked about the fact that women bear a disproportionate amount of domestic labor, and Nigeria is very patriarchal. We can't run away from that. So women face a bias, and I know that if I ask any women in this room, you would have your stories, right? Or where people have discriminated against you systematically just because of your gender, not because of anything that you actually did. So the women entrepreneurs face barriers as to what people believe they should be doing. When we're doing this research and we spoke to a lot of women, they will say that if they're in sectors that are traditionally male-dominated, then people ask them, why are you doing that? Why do you think you can be an engineer? Why are you in engineering? It's not for women. But engineering needs a brain. And if you're a woman and a man, your brain is not different in that sense. So there shouldn't really be those barriers depending on a sector. So those actually affect women. We know about corruption in Nigeria, and we know that it's problematic. And I think Dr. Joaba has given us some of the figures. And that figure of 60% that was in Nigeria's report done by the World Bank in 2000, when you hear it like that, it doesn't sound, it's kind of abstract. But if you think that if 60% of your salary disappeared and you didn't know where it went, would you be able to function? Think about it. I wouldn't be able to pay my rent. I wouldn't be able to buy food if 60% of my income disappeared. It would be very difficult to live. So you think about that happening on a national scale. And then some of our challenges make sense when you think about that. Because if 60% of our GDP, which is about $472 billion, disappeared, so if $250+ billion could not be accounted for, then it makes sense why Nigeria is struggling. It makes sense why our roads, our hospitals, our schools are all facing constraints. So that's an aspect, and that's a barrier to women and businesses participating. We talk about new entrants and all that. And in some countries, and in many African countries, because I've done this research across Africa, including Nigeria, and one of the things that kept coming up was that apart from women-owned businesses being asked for bribes, women business owners are asked for sexual favors. So people say, okay, if you want this contract, then meet me in Transcorp Hilton or something. And a lot of women businesses, some would comply, but some don't. So apart from corruption, then sexual corruption is another barrier to women accessing procurement, which is unfortunate to say the least. We talk about a gender risk appetite, and that links to corruption in a way that we found that women are less likely to take risks than men are. So a woman is not because women are not less corrupt, but they are less likely to engage in corruption because they don't want to take a risk that I do this and then it still doesn't work out in my favor. And of course, you cannot enforce a corrupt transaction in any way. There's a lack of data on women's participation in procurement. And of course, that means that we don't even know how many women actually participate. So we can't even design interventions to address this. When we interviewed our regulators and our colleagues from Ekiti State, they were able to tell us that about 5% of their bidders are women-owned businesses, but we don't know what proportion of this 5% actually obtain public contracts. So some of the things that we are working on in terms of how to fix this is addressing the legal and the policy barriers. We do need to do what Ekiti has said, and I think Ekiti has set a 30% set aside for women-owned businesses, that women-owned businesses should have access to a proportion of contracts. We need to think about our procurement system, and I know that there's work going on to review the Public Procurement Act right now, but many countries in Africa have actually limited the complexity and the barriers that women face in accessing procurement, apart from reserving 30% of contracts for them. Ekiti State has addressed some of the technological constraints by creating hubs where women-owned businesses and SMEs can approach to be able to navigate the procurement system. In terms of the information asymmetry, we need to think about that and try to ensure that if we're disseminating procurement of information, it should be in a medium that, that people read. So like people are not buying newspapers the way they were. A lot of people get their information online now. We need to ensure that our procurement does the same. Dealing with bias against women is not the job of an organization. It's the job that it's for all of us. So we need to think about the way we speak to women, we speak about women, we train our children to think about themselves and think about women, whether they're boys or girls. Ekiti State has done a really good job by they've ensured that women are included in the procurement process, in procurement evaluation, in tender evaluation committees. And women need to be included in the specifications process as well, so that when we're designing public services, we design them in a way that they think that, that women users, can benefit from them. Of course, corruption is something that we need to address, and we'll talk about that in a bit. And I think the other thing that's important to me is addressing the lack of data, because if we don't know how women participate, then we can't actually address it. They always talk about you can't fix what you don't measure. So we need to measure this. We need to have better data, and we need to have gender disaggregated data in procurement. So that was some of the work that we did in terms of the gender area. I'll quickly talk about the behavioral insights. I find this part really fascinating because it's something that is kind of new. And Dr. Abba mentioned it already. So when we talk about behavioral science, we're talking about how human beings actually act in different situations, right? And so behavioral science provides insight into the way we make decisions. And this insight can be used to design public policy tools that positively influence our behavior. And we can also design anti-corruption measures that are more aligned to the way we as human beings think and act. And one of the ways in which we do that is through what we call nudges. And so a nudge is basically a change in the way options are framed that ensures that you pick the right option. So I'll give an example. I think we have it in some Nigerian banks, but sometimes when you go to a bank at the teller, we have this little dashboard that has 3 smiley faces, right? Red, green, and yellow. What does it mean? Can anyone tell me? You've seen it before. What does it mean? Tell me. Okay, so you press the green button if you're happy with the service in the bank, yellow if you're not so happy, red if you're dissatisfied. And many times when you see it, do you use it or not? You do. So what that mechanism is, it's providing feedback to the bank on customer satisfaction. Do we remember what we used to do before we had those little dashboards? What was it? How did they get their feedback from you? You fill a form. How many people fill those forms? There'll be somebody at the door of the bank with a form saying, come on. And what will you say? Please, I'm busy. I don't have time for that. So the form filling aspect of getting feedback didn't work because people don't want to stop and stand with somebody asking you questions when you're trying to get out of the bank. And then they realize that actually human beings need a path of least resistance in order to provide this information. So this dashboard gives them the same information. So they can see the dashboard at the end of the day. 50% of our customers are happy, right? And then they can now take steps to fix whatever it is people are unhappy with. Because so they thought about how do human beings act in a bank? When you're in a bank, you're not thinking, I want to spend longer here. Who goes to the bank saying, in this GTB, I would like to spend 3 hours here today? Nobody. You want to go in and go out. The shorter the transaction, the happier you are, right? So those dashboards are designed with that in mind, with the way we actually function. So can we switch that off, please? So what that dashboard is, we call it a nudge. It nudges you to do what the bank wants. The bank wants to get feedback. And it's used in different contexts. So remember during COVID-19, we were getting text messages, right? What were those text messages saying? Wash your hands, wear your mask. In South Africa, they will tell you, in your area, 20,000 people have tested positive for COVID. It means you will not leave the house. So you might hear it on the news. When someone sends you a text message saying, in your town, you'll be like, I don't want to leave my house because in the town, there are 20,000 people who have this disease. So that text message is a nudge. it nudges your behavior. So it's not that they're sending you a policeman to us to say stay indoors, right? But they're sending you a little message that it doesn't cost anything, it's low cost, but it makes sure that you act in a certain way, which the government wants you to act in. So it's basically a change in the way the decision. So in terms of, let's say, the COVID text message, the decision is presented to you. Do I leave my house or do I not? When I get a text message saying there are 20,000 diseased people in my area, my decision is to stay home. Or I'm presented with a dashboard in the bank. Do I give feedback or not? It's so easy to give feedback, and it's a game. It's pleasant to, like today I was really unhappy that first I read many times, right? So the decision is presented in a way that I can take the decision that the architect of that, the person who wants that information can actually make me do what I want them to do. In the UK some years ago, they found that if you joined the government or even the private sector and you had to take steps to enroll in the pension plan, right? So you'd have to go to the office, give them your details, tell them that you want them to be taking pension from your salary. And what it meant is that many people were not doing that because people would join a job and say, okay, I'll go on Monday. Monday comes, forgot it. The next month, okay, this week I must definitely go and enroll in my pension. And then you work for 35 years and find out that you never got up to go and enroll. So at the end of your life, you don't have a pension at the end of your career. So what they now did, they changed the way the decision is presented. It became automatic enrollment. So you have to then go to the office and opt out. And of course, what happened? People didn't opt out because the same thing, I don't want to be paying this much in pension. Okay, I'll go on Monday. And 35 years ends, your career ends, you have a pension. So they changed the way the decision was presented by making it automatic enrollment and an opt-out clause other than, opt-in, and so it just changed the way. So the government made you do what they wanted you to do by changing the way the decision was presented. So it's not a mandate. It's not a case of if you don't enroll in your pension, you won't get your bonus or anything like that. It's not. It's just that they changed the way the decision is presented to you. And so what we found is that in many countries, they've used this idea of nudges to change so many ways about the way, to change so many things in terms of public, but also in the private sector. So for instance, some of you may have, I don't know if anyone is using something like where you sign up for something and the first month is free, okay? And so you sign up. But when you want to cancel it, what do you have to do? You have to take steps. Otherwise, they now start charging you. So it is you sign up is free, but to opt out, you have to do something. So many times you forget to opt out. And then I sign up for Amazon Prime whenever it's free. I always write a note in my diary to cancel it on the day that it's no longer free. Although they've caught me some days where I forget. And then it means I'm now paying for Amazon Prime when I don't actually need it. So again, because companies know that if they catch you for the first 3 months, you will sign up and you will forget to sign out. So again, it's a nudge. They present the choice to you in a way that you like, okay, this is fine. I'm going to remember to cancel it, but you don't remember. So the goal of nudge is to make it, in terms of anti-corruption, to make it easier for us to actually act on our ethical motivations. It preserves your freedom of choice because you can still decide to take a decision or not to. Like if you talk about the feedback, you can decide to press the green on, you can decide not to do it at all. But many times the way it's presented to you makes you want to do what the bank or what the government wants you to do. So I'll give an example of how it's been used, this idea of nudges. So in 2018, some researchers decided to test this idea of nudges in South Africa. So in a particular town in KZN, KwaZulu-Natal province, one of their states, they put posters all around the town saying that in this particular town, bribery, fewer and fewer people, bribery is going down, and fewer people are giving bribes or something like that. And they wanted to see whether this actually changed people's perception of corruption and also people's behavior in relation to corruption. And what they found was really interesting because they found that actually they tested it after a few months and they found that people actually had a better perception about corruption in their town. Just by seeing those posters all around the town saying corruption is going down in this town, fewer people are giving bribes in this town, people actually started acting like that. So that information actually motivated people to be different and to believe different about their town. And that can actually be scaled. Dr. Joaba talked about the perception that people have about corruption in Nigeria, and it's about, a lot of it's about the way we speak. It doesn't mean the corruption is not there. It doesn't mean it's not a terrible problem, but we magnify it by our words, right? And it almost becomes like a self-fulfilling, prophecy. So South Africa did this experiment, and they actually found that in terms of this town, there was a difference in the way people behaved and acted and believed about corruption in their town. Again, Rwanda has tested it and is still using it. So in 2016, the Rwandan, their revenue authority, that's like their FIRS, right? They sent 9,000 companies, corporate taxpayers, text messages about filing their taxes. And they sent them different messages. So some of the messages were that if you don't pay your taxes, we're going to come and investigate you and you have to pay a fine. Some of the messages were like, look, the taxation you pay goes into providing roads and hospitals and blah, blah, blah. And then they sent some other messages which are like, you have to pay your tax. The deadline is 30th of June or whatever, and all that. And so what they did is that they sent different messages to different taxpayers. And then there was a control group who didn't receive any message at all. So those ones were just business as usual. And it was really interesting. They then looked at the tax that was filed, the tax return, or the tax that was paid by the different groups of people compared to their historical payments, right? And they found that the people who had gotten messages saying that, look, this is the deadline for paying your tax, or this is what the government uses your tax money for, actually paid a lot more tax that year. On average, each of those businesses paid about 2 million Rwandan francs more than they had paid the year before. And the tax, and that was compared to the group of taxpayers that didn't receive any message at all. So overall, the Rwandan Revenue Authority, very loud, it's okay. Overall, the Rwandan Revenue Authority obtained $6 million in additional revenue just because of those text messages. And the whole text message system cost them only $4,000 to implement. So you can imagine that in 1 year, they got $6 million more than they had gotten the previous years just because they tested this idea. And so what we found from looking at how other African countries, and we looked at some other countries outside of Africa, but of course I was interested in Africa because of similarity and all that, is that nudges can work, but designing them takes a lot of thought. So in Rwanda and in South Africa, they constantly refined the messages. They tested it and tested it. They had behavioral scientists working with them. And you have to evaluate what is working and what is not working. And of course, like in Rwanda now, the Revenue Authority does that now as part of their work, because they have to remind people anyway, but they're reminding them now in a way that actually brings the outcome that they want. So what we're thinking about in terms of the work with CC and Brookings is to expand this work to other African countries. Right now, in the work I'm doing, I'm supporting a group of East African countries to design gender-responsive procurement modalities. I did that already for South Africa. I supported UN Women in South Africa to change the procurement bill that is going through Parliament so that women are now giving access to procurement countries. And of course, we're open to ensuring that we can have the same thing done in Nigeria as well. So thank you so much.
One more time, please, a round of applause for her. All right. That was quite interesting. I don't know if it's because I'm a woman that I picked more interest to what you were saying. I love the direction that this workshop is going, because it's not your regular workshop. We're getting a lot of insights that you don't usually hear on a regular day. So I'll just, share with us a few things that I found interesting. Yeah, so the nudges. Oh, no, the nudges came much later. Yeah, so you started with, our society would not do well if the women do not do well. That's a very, do we agree? When she said that statement, I saw some people. We need to be open-minded, right? Yes, I think that's the first step. We need to come to workshops like this, like we do not know or we're not assuming anything. I think that's the first one. So yes, our society will not do well if our women don't. I think we need to make a poster for that. So for gender responsiveness, having the user in mind. And when you said that, I actually had an experience on Saturday. I went to this hotel with my aunt. There was a program going on. She wanted to swim, so we went to the restroom to change. I wanted to use the restroom and then I'd come out. But when I went there, I struggled because, first of all, the door, the handle was bad, the lock was bad, and I was holding a bag with me. So I had to put one leg on the door. My hand was holding my bag, and my phone, guess what my phone was? On my head. Just to get the right position to sit. So what you're saying is quite relatable, and I'm very sure if we share our stories, you'd hear funny things. So you have to have the user in mind to give a deeper perspective, and I think that's very important. I also see that as a gray area. So you don't just make certain things. You have this person in mind to get the best possible outcome. Getting access to contracts as well is very important. I love that even as we're stating the issues, we're also stating some states that are doing well, both home and abroad. You mentioned Ekiti State, which is very important. I schooled in Afe Babalola, so when you mentioned Ekiti, I was happy for a bit. Addressing lack of data. This is becoming a recurring issue. Like I said, we had an event with the MBS, and there was also something mentioned, not just data, gender-specific data, and the nudges. Thank God you mentioned nudges, because when those banks used to do that, fill this form and tell us on a scale of 1 to 5, even if you were satisfied, the fact that they're disturbing you, you'll be dissatisfied. So I like that we're changing the perspective. Nudges are very important. Using South Africa and Rwanda, I think it will be quite interesting to see how those experiments in those countries, how that would work in Nigeria. Well, that's why we're here for this workshop. We're making steps to move in the right direction. Please, one more time, a round of applause. You can tell she's a teacher through and through. All right, so we're going to be moving right now to the panel session. Right, so we're going to have our panelists, but I'm going to be taking a back seat. But before then, we missed on our opening remarks by Professor Laundry. He wasn't able to join us initially. He had joined us, but for some reason, I'm guessing it's the network, he was locked out. But he's also, he's online now, and he's just going to speak briefly for about 15, 20 minutes. Professor Laundry, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Lovely to have you here. We're so excited to have you. All right, so you have the floor now.
Fantastic. So, hello again, everyone. I have been listening for the past hour and about 20 minutes. I connected via my phone because when I initially connected via Zoom, I think I got disconnected. I'm in Cameroon. I'm in a hotel now, and I have to check out in less than half an hour to run to the airport. So I'm very excited to have engaged thus far. For example, for the first, or the keynote, one of the one which was extremely exciting, and I quote the distinguished speaker, technology is key when we think about transparency. So, having just authored a book on Africa's fourth industrial revolution, I couldn't agree more with the speaker. And yes, our society will not do well as long as women are not doing well. That was also another key point of the previous engagement. But something else which was very exciting about the speech, students' outcome depend on mother's empowerment, not father. So that was also the critical importance of women. One of the previous foresight publication at Brookings. So one of the authors estimated that the economic output on the continent will be about 2 to 50% higher if women are fully integrated in the economy, economic activities, and so on, depending on the countries. So that's also another extremely important one. But let me come back perhaps to my remarks. So thank you so much for joining us today for this extremely important workshop on public procurement in Nigeria. So I was already introduced. I'm Professor Lambosini. I'm Senior Fellow in the Global Economy and Development Program and also at the Africa Growth Initiative at the Brookings Institution. And I'm pleased to be with you this morning to represent my dear colleague and friend, Dr. Aloysius Ojo, who is not with us today. First, we are delighted to have partnered with Professor Soph Williams of Stellenbosch University and Dr. Adreniran Adedeji of the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa to conduct this crucial research on promoting transparency, but also mitigating corruption. I hear a very nice story from the keynote speaker as well. So to conduct this research in Nigeria's public procurement processes. And special thanks to the CSEA team for hosting us today. And of course, to Madam the Chair, this morning, I heard when she called me first, but I was on the phone, not on the screen. So second, we are particularly grateful as well to the Culture Foundation Abuja for the financial support towards this important work. So extremely important support. Thank you so much. We look forward to continuing close collaboration with the foundation as we go forward. And third, I would like to share a little bit more about AGI and at Brookings, which I'm delighted to say recently celebrated its 15th anniversary. And of course, when we know that the Brookings Institution itself has 108 years, so it is clear that we still have a long way to go. But AGI's primary goal is to inform policy to better development outcome in Africa. So we accomplish this through many strategies. We conduct rigorous, high quality, independent research and engage with policymakers testifying before the Congress, whether the House of Representatives, the Senate, the U.S. International Trade Commission, serving and engaging with various leaders, whether head of state, head of government, but also civil society leader and academia. We also do this through impactful convening to raise African voices. AGI is probably the first African think tank in DC to have had uninterruptedly an African as the head of the think tank. And finally, we are working very closely with our 27 partners across Africa. So I'm particularly pleased that both CSEA and Stellenbosch are among our finest partners. We are so proud of this collaboration. We learn a lot from you, and our impact is also increased through our collaboration. So our research focuses on about 5 key thematic areas: development, financing, climate change, digital economy, entrepreneurship, trade, and regional economic integration. And these 5 pillars are also underscored by cross-cutting themes such as governance, gender, and youth. I'm excited about the subject of our workshop today for several reasons. Of course, the incredible insight that we are receiving, as the Madam Chair said, those are really unique. And also, procurement is at the epicenter of not one, but 2 of our key focus areas, especially development financing and governance. And in relation to development financing, we know that more equitable and transparent procurements determines whether donor funds or revenue from how donor funds or revenue from domestic resources could be used for the intended purpose. And procurement is also key to good governance and the fight against corruption. And I think as someone whose research interest is also inclusive of digital economy, of the fourth industrial revolution, I'm very much appreciative of the potential that technology and behavioral insight, like the one just shared, to address the challenges encountered by both government and citizen to ensure transparent and accountable procurement. I'm confident that the new and innovative solutions presented in today's workshop will go a very long way in not just reforming procurement practice in Nigeria, but also resonate across Africa. So on behalf of our AGI teams and partners, I wish you all an incredibly successful workshop and look forward to the outcome of your deliberation. Again, I apologize, I cannot be with you the entire day because exactly those positions are what keep me awake at night, but also what drive me to continue to work tirelessly to ensure that we have a more inclusive, prosperous future. Thank you so much again, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I'm so happy we got to hear from you. I think we felt a little sad when we couldn't see you online, but thank you for welcoming us again and reminding us why we're here. All right, so we're going to move into the panel session. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be taking a back seat while I allow our panel chair, who is going to moderate this panel session. But please, if you can lend me your ears for a minute or two while I introduce our panel chair. He's an economist with extensive expertise in research, policy advisory, and program implementation in development economics, women's economic empowerment, and the integration of gender perspectives into public policy. He holds a PhD in development economics, along with a master's degree in economics and finance, and a Bachelor of Science in Economics from the University of Uyo. With a career focused on macroeconomic policy, trade dynamics, and economic development, he has demonstrated expertise in research, policy formulation, and program implementation. His professional journey includes role in academia, research institutes, and international organizations. He is currently the national economist with UN Women Country Office and heads the Women Economic Empowerment thematic area. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, taking us further as the panel chair, let us welcome Program Specialist Women Economic Empowerment, UN Women, Mr. Chukwuemeka Oyimadu. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much for that very interesting introduction. I don't know where you got some of those introductions from. Sometimes when you listen, when people introduce you that way, it sounds very weird when they introduce you that way. My name is Emeka, you can call me Emeka, and I work with UN Women. UN Women is the UN agency that has a mandate for advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women globally, as well as in Nigeria. So I'm here strictly just to moderate this panel session, and our moderation will piggyback on the presentations done by Professor Chopin Williams. So we'll be doing this for about 30 to 40 minutes, and I'll be having co-panelists on this panel session. So please allow me to first introduce some of my fellow panelists. Joining me will be Professor Gloria Chukwudebe, who is the Director, Center of Excellence in Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards. Prof, please come and join us. Also joining us is Mrs. Kikelomo Ajibare, who is Ekiti State, from the Ekiti State Bureau of Public Procurement. Please kindly join us. A round of applause for her. And if you can agree with me, throughout the session so far, we've heard about Ekiti State time. Also joining us to the panel, someone that I know very well, Mr. Mohammed Kasim, who is a governance advisor and also for fellow taxes. I think the idea behind this panel is for us to have discussions around the context of gender responsive procurement. I work with, as I said earlier, women's economic empowerment, and we have a big program on gender responsive procurement. In fact, it's one of our flagship programs that we're implementing in Lagos and Kaduna states. So this topic is very dear to my heart, and I can say very clearly that following the steps of Ekiti State, I think Kaduna State as well as Lagos State are doing very, very good work around promoting gender responsive procurement. And the DG of Kaduna State Public Procurement Authority is also here. In fact, due to his leadership, we already have a draft affirmative procurement policy for Kaduna State. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go to the gist of this panel session. So this is going to be a question to all the panelists. What are your perspectives on gender responsive procurement? I know this is not a new topic to you. From your own experience, from what you've been working on so far, what are your perspectives on gender responsive procurement in the context of Nigeria? We'll start with you, Prof.
Thank you, and good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I'm audible. Good. First and foremost, I want to commend the organizers of this program, starting from the executive director and the researchers. I also want to thank the keynote speaker and also Professor Williams. Thanks so much. On gender responsive procurement, I think if all the states and if federal MDAs adopt it, it will produce a transformational change in Nigeria. You are all aware, sometime many years ago, we didn't have enough nurses, we didn't have enough doctors, we didn't have enough teachers. But when women were given the opportunity, you see how the scenario changed. Now, it will not be for us to realize the required benefit, because procurement is everything. Without procuring to get value for money for the people, for the country, and for the states, we cannot get to where we want to be. So it will involving women in all the stages of procurement, as evaluators, as members of procurement team, as chief executives of these MDAs, because a lot depends on the chief executive. And also it involves a lot of education. Where my center and my university comes into this is that we have a Center of Excellence in Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards. This center is in 6 universities in Nigeria to build capacity in sustainable procurement according to the law, the regulations, and with due regard to environmental and social aspects. So I'm very, very happy to be here, and I have learned a lot from what has been happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. It's very glad to hear that we even have institutions where we can send our stakeholders, our partners, especially government officials, where they can learn more on gender responsive procurement. In fact, when we started this journey in collaboration with the African Development Bank, who is funding this project, when we got to some government agencies, they just couldn't understand what is the relationship between gender and procurement. Procurement has basic principles: value for money, competition, transparency, and accountability. Why are you people bringing gender now? I think that has changed to a large extent now. So I'll go over to you, Ms. Stakeholder. What are your own perspectives, especially from the context of the great work Ekiti State has done?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. On gender responsive procurement, the concept is bringing women to participate in public procurement in Ekiti State. Having noticed that women are vulnerable in most aspects of government activities, the state decided to open a desk office in BPP, as we have a desk officer in charge of gender responsive procurement. So then and then we now decided to sensitize, do a kind of sensitization through media, and we have engagement with women, that women-owned businesses. We bring them on board at a meeting, and that meeting, the most interesting thing is that we have women procurement practitioners, that is, lead procurement officers that are females on ground. So bringing those women in, seeing us as procurement officers, that women, they were elated because they have a lot of questions agitating their minds. That how will they benefit in this procurement business that they are doing? You know, our environmental factors believes that this is a men's work, so that women will only participate in businesses like small scale businesses. So we now open them to opportunities of large contracts in the states, that you can do it. You understand? Because when you are empowering a woman, like Prof said, you are empowering the nation. You understand? So we open them to opportunities, we open them to a kind of innovations about how they will go about their registrations, because those are part of the challenges they were having, how to register. They were thinking how to fit into the system. So we enlighten them that these are the registration requirements, having that the state has put in place the policy that are gender friendly. You understand? So with that, we're able to navigate the course of having women in our procurement in the state. And the most interesting thing is after COVID, when we were like, the challenges of COVID and some other things, we have 0 women participating in large contracts. You understand? But today, by the grace of God, we have women that won contracts on works, like 27, and to the tune of over 400 million naira. So it's very interesting having them. So women, we are building their capacity, and more women are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is fantastic news. So Mr. Kasim, over to you.
Yes, thank you so very much. First, I would like to take from Professor Williams' perspective around the behavioral insight. Contrary to a lot of other perspectives that women are intentionally bad for procurement, I think evidence has showed that they're not actually intentionally bad for procurement. What I mean by intentional, where like there's a regulation that says this, but something about procurement is majorly on the very key tenets. It has to be very effective, it has to be transparent, it has other key tenets, value for money. And now that we're bringing gender into that new concept, so it then creates that gap that we're actually trying to fill. So we then actually been marginalized, to say intentionally. But of course, as you've earlier highlighted in your very key report, we have some challenges, which most of them are not peculiar to procurement alone. There are majorly socioeconomic challenges which have existed for quite a long time and are also affecting other sectors of the whole conversation. So we've seen that come into play. And course, for women, there's concern around the risk appetite. The risk appetite is very, very important. We've seen a lot of people, yes, they really want to try, but then at times they want to take up that very key risk. That's also very important. And for women generally, for example, from the context of Kaduna, which we've worked with majorly, we've seen an increased understanding among all stakeholders, including the government, private sector, and even the women themselves, that there is economic why of why women should engage in public procurement. Because that's, for me, the most important thing at first. For people to even feel, why women? Now we've answered that, yes, they can, and there's actually a reason for them to do that. And now we're also now trying to push through competition around affirmative action in the short term, and then capacity building in the long term. Because something about it is you can't continue to do affirmative action, or else it's going to create a new procurement risk. Because conversation around inclusivity and especially around women and other things, it also now opened up the procurement to be more prone to ineffectiveness, more prone to corruption and other things, because they are now creating another channel for that very critical. So we're working on affirmative action in the short term, and we're working on strengthening capacity and also improve regulation, legal procedures in the long term. And as you've rightly mentioned, we already have a draft of that very key policy, which gave a quota of 35% to that. But it's very important to acknowledge that even though we don't have a policy, recent analysis that we commissioned, and also thanks to the UN Women, which we checked in the procurement data that have already been published from 2016 to 2022, we already have 15% of contracts awarded to women without even a policy. We already have that. So you will see how forward we went to that very key. So actually studying more is also a learning process for everyone. I hope to continue to that very key process.
Thank you very much. This is a round of applause. And you touched on something that's very, very important. The fact that even understanding the economic and social rationale for having more women participate in both the private sector and public procurement is very important. Madam Philomo, let me ask, and I think it's very important that we share from the experience you have from Ekiti State. What were the specific practices, procurement practices, that were changed in Ekiti State that encouraged more women to participate?
Thank you. One of the practices is this e-procurement portal. You understand? We have our e-procurement portals where everything, all our bids in this bidding process in the state are done online. You understand? That reduces undue interference. You understand? For women, you can go to the portal at your convenience. You bid online. No influence from anybody. You understand? So, and there is e-award, e-bidding, e-evaluation that everybody will be watching. You understand? Then another thing is that we bring in non-governmental organizations, NGOs. We brought them into the system to serve as independent monitors. So in the attending of our procurement, when we want to open bid, you will see they will be present as observers. You understand? Then we open up our channels. We have those CPS portals where all the contract with the states. The moment it's awarded is published. So the NGOs can go there. They monitor through that channel. We go to the project sites. They monitor the women-owned businesses and even the general contract. And if they have issues, they come to BPP. They engage us. We provide answers to some questions we raise. So we have other platforms. Then there is this. We have our big food platform. That one was designed local inside too. So when you visit, we have different platforms in the state that is online, basically. And that is what is really helping our procurement system in terms of gender responsive. So it's not that the usual procurement pattern that people will have to submit their list, look for somebody, meet somebody, you don't need to meet anybody. As a woman, you just go to the portal and you see your advertisement right from the portal. So on our social media channels, you have the advert there. When there's any job, you just see the advert. It's easy for women to bid online. Not that you don't have access. We are talking about poverty time the other time. There are most women, because of how short they may not be able to. Well, you can pick your phone at your leisure time. You go to the portal and you will see what is available and be able to access the job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. And what you're saying is very interesting because, in some sense, the information asymmetry that exists for women and men in having access to procurement opportunities seems like the Ekiti state government has intentionally provided mechanisms that reduces that information asymmetry for women. So, but information is one thing. And Prof, what would women then need in the form of capacity? Because it's one thing to have the information. Another option is, how do you now exploit that information? So what are the capacity needs for women entrepreneurs or women-owned businesses or even women-led businesses who want to take advantage of emerging opportunities, especially in states like Ekiti, Kaduna State, and Lagos? So from your own experience, what capacity needs with such women-owned businesses need?
Thank you very much. There is a program sponsored by World Bank and supported by National Universities Commission. That program is called SPECI, Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards. So this program was advertised. 22 federal universities bidded to host a Center of Excellence to establish 5 tracks: executive training for working professionals and unemployed graduates in procurement, environmental standards, and social standards. Then it has postgraduate diploma program, it has masters, then it has a BSc program. So women in Nigeria now have opportunities to train in these areas so that they will have the required knowledge to be able to participate in procurement. Once you have the knowledge, the track A equips you with all the procurement rules and regulations and the templates and how to prepare your advert. So once you have this information, you can bid for contract, whether it's national, whether it's in the state, or even World Bank projects. Then, for the other tracks, from my own center, we have started with masters and postgraduate diploma, and it's a hybrid program, 60% online. And we have international professors that join and teach the program. So the opportunities are opening up every day. So my own center is in Futo, Federal University of Technology, Owerri. We have a center in University of Lagos. So people in Ekiti can attend that program, the executive one, or those who are qualified can do the postgraduate program. Then the program is designed so that we also catch them young. So it has a first degree, BSc, so that they get the knowledge early and also become passionate about procurement. We have in Benue State, Federal University of Agriculture, my body. We have a center there. It's in charge of the North Central. We also have a center in Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Then there is another center in University of Benin for the South. And finally, there's another center in ATB. So the opportunities have been opened up so that many, many young Nigerians can have the required knowledge. Because if we can fix procurement, we will fix Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And that is very insightful. But let me now ask the two big questions. Please don't hold anything back in response to these questions, because we know that even when we give opportunities to women, they see the problem of finance. And that is a major challenge for women in business. And Mr. Monet, I will start with you. How do we circumvent this problem? For example, for young women, we're thinking about how we can use a form of innovative methodology for circumventing this problem. Discussing with regulators, central bank, as well as commercial banks, to have some form of financial instrument that specifically targets contract financing. If it's for women, maybe the use of blended financing or guarantees that de-risk those women. But from your own perspective, from the work you've done in Kaduna State, what do you think, from the government's perspective, as well as from the financial institutions, how do you think women can circumvent this big problem of access to credit when they have won contracts?
Yes, thank you so very much. And let me start with the banks, and other financial institutions, because it's very, very important. For example, it's part of the requirement of the CBN that banks will have to give out loans. And they've been doing that. They've been doing that to create the basket. So always we need each bank will acquisition say, we have a basket of funds which are going to support businesses. But then who gets access to the funds now becomes another thing. And then the interest rates. Unfortunately, when an economic crisis and we're doing a lot of things to catch up, and that's why one policy, you have policy somersault. You have one policy who goes this way, and then you have another policy which contravenes the other way. But for the banks, I think something we could actually do, as I wrote in one of my papers recently, is can we reduce the regulations to access the loan? And then most of the regulations can be when you have funds with you. For example, when you have 10 requirements for businesses to access a loan, there's also the same behavioral insight. There's that cold empathy. Well, I really want to access the loan, but then you reach where you want to access the loan, and then the requirements are too much, and then you feel, I really can't do that. Why not? You get access to the loan. We reduce the regulations so people can have access to the loan. And then when they have access to the loan, you could put in the other regulations. For example, they could be the accounting software they want them. Because part of the key thing is they want to ensure that the funds are secured. It could be, can we shift to the regulation framework? That's just of that nature. I'm sure the banks could actually do that, and we could work with the central bank to see how we can actually reduce these very key regulations. Blended financing is very important, and I remember one of the studies that said, how do you raise funds for contracts? They are majorly from family and friends. But then that is not so sustainable in the long run, especially when you're battling in a lot of other things. So I'm sure we will actually do that. We have now other non-financial banks, like other non-financial institutions, which have the power to give out those very key softwares. And I'm sure we'll actually explore that very later. Another theme is from the government. You get a contract, you're supposed to bring an APG, but then you're new. The bank will not even guarantee you. It took less of them to give you an APG. And we ask for audited financial accounts for 3 years, which most of the times the business have just started. And at times there's also a threshold. So we're not saying that those requirements are bad or should not be asked. Is it me? Okay. But at times they are unnecessary. For example, where you ask for APG, you could ask for collateral if the business have. Because at times it's easy for businesses to have collateral than for them to access APG from their banks. And even if you go to access the APG, they at times ask you, do you have a collateral for you to guarantee all of those very key things? The government will actually reduce those very key regulations, especially the ones that are not so necessary. And the government could also, as part of affirmative action now, also reduce down the cost of registration. Because in a lot of jurisdictions, you have cost of registration. And I'm happy that Kaduna have actually started that. In fact, we did that for quite a long time to reduce the cost for women-owned businesses to register and even SMEs to register so that they could partake of that. And there's also conversation to say there are low-value contracts which the cost, you get the payment early. Because one of the key things is how early do you accept how the repayment period. You do a contract today and the government will not pay it till the next 5 years. Definitely, you do one contract and you're done. Because you don't have another capital to run over to other projects. The government will prioritize early payments for women-owned businesses. And it will also be good if we have something like an interest. If the government failed to honor their own agreement of their own very good contract, then there should be interest that's accumulating after every year. Because the problem is if the government is supposed to pay you 10 million 5 years ago, and this year they paid you 10 million, the value, when we come to economics, the value of that 10 million have reduced. So there should be interest, because with recent agreements have started from last and there should be interest which is accumulating after every year. At least you know, as if you have your funds in a bond or something like that. I'm sure that's going to happen. But there's something very critical and very important we should also consider. The need for us to improve the overall public procurement process. Because we're actually having this conversation around inclusiveness because maybe the system have not worked the way it's supposed to work. For example, conversation around late payment. It does not only entail women, it entails the whole people who are acting on that very key. So I'm sure the government will actually do that and improve more. But there's also a very key role other partners apart from the private sector, and even the private sector now will actually do, and that's what we've been trying to do in the past 4 years or so. Helping women businesses helping women businesses to standardize the operational procedure in their very key companies, because it improves their own credit rating when they don't have records of their businesses, when they don't have audited accounts, when they don't have those basic information. It's very hard for banks to guarantee them. It's very hard for even the regulators to accept them as contractors. So that's also a role which other non-governmental organizations and other private development partners, even the international organizations, could actually support in that very key action. I'm happy that we have the public procurement models here at the very key universities. I'm sure that could help.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kikinobo, from your own experience.
Thank you very much. In Ekiti State, if you want to undergo any procurement, the first thing is you obtain an expedition clearance from Ministry of Finance. That expedition clearance is going to tell you that fund is going to be available for the project. Before any procurement officer or BPP can issue a certificate of no objection or payment, you must first confirm there is availability of funds for Ministry of Finance, just to help contracts and basically gender women-owned businesses. But once fund is available, because we understand, we identify that part of the challenges is funding for women. So we now decided that we move from 30% mobilization, sometimes we give 50% mobilization. Yes. But it's just that we have to seek approval for that from Mr. Government. But in most of the approval we are seeking, we always got it from him to mobilize them 50%. Because banks are not ready to part with their money. Even the men that are doing contracts, like I said, the issue of APP is a serious issue. Because even when they release the fund to the banks, when it's time to the contracts we are having, when it's time for them to release the money to the contractors, we keep giving one excuse or the other, you understand. So the APP is not actually helping. But in our own, it's either APG or insurance bond. You understand? But we give that, and at the same time, through Ministry of Commerce, there is a loan available there for women-owned business in the state. So if you know you are a business owner, you have some other utility requirements to meet, when you are able to do your documentation, you have access to those facilities. So that's the safety knows. So pending return will work on financial provider, service provider to shift grant so that women-owned business will be able to access.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Prof?
Thank you very much. I want to commend what Ekiti State government is doing and what Kaduna state government is doing. They are being proactive, not to award a contract when there's no funds for it. I also want to specially commend Kaduna state government. In 2017, I was the director for Public Procurement Research Center in my university. And the government then in Kaduna State used to send their staff to Owerri for training. So I'm not surprised that they are one of the states that are in the forefront of this gender responsive procurement and also in e-procurement. So the project financing is affecting both men and women. I mentor both men and women for us to get a balanced society. So it requires government intervention. One, being proactive. Don't award this contract if you are not going to pay the contractors. Because some contractors have given up, had high blood pressure, and died because of they borrowed money from the bank at a high interest rate and they were not paid. So it requires government intervention. I see adverts of banks that loan money, no interest. I don't know who they are. Is it possible to partner with government if those banks are authentic so that they can give out these loans for project financing? These are conversations that we need to be had. Then most importantly, government should not give out contract where there's no money because it impacts on the contractors, it impacts on their family, and it leads to failed projects. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you, my panelists, for all your interventions. We are about to close the panel session. Let me give 30 seconds, your last comments on gender responsive procurement, either from the policy perspective or from practices or from even capacity building for women. I'll start with Mr. Kasim. 30 seconds, please.
Yes. While we do affirmative procurement for women, we must not lose out on the very key tenets of procurement, the effectiveness, the value for money, the transparency. Or else we're going to open up a new procurement risk for all what we do. Even if it's women, let it be competitive, it must be effective, and it must have value for money. Or else we're going to enter that different procurement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jibari.
Thank you very much. I think on the final note, I want there should be a kind of capacity building for procurement drivers, more capacity building, like the ones you are doing, so that it will make them to have a good legs in practicing their procurement. You understand? That will help the system. And it will also, whether gender or no gender, you understand? It will help the system. Then there should be more women in leadership positions in procurement departments. You understand? This will assist women coming on board in public procurement. If you are there, you met a female counterpart, it's easier for you to relate with her than a male counterpart, which may sometimes lead to sexual assault or other kinds of assault.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much. I just want to inform us that the executive training on sustainable procurement, environmental and social standards is free for public servants. So you are all free to send your staff, those in bursary, those in procurement, those in environment, and otherwise. So we have this opportunity in 6 centers of excellence, in 6 universities that I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And please, a round of applause for all our panelists. We thank you for listening to us. I think one thing that comes out very clear is that it's important that we continue to drive for affirmative procurement policies at the state level as well as national level. But in doing that, we should also remember that the core principles of procurement should remain. There is a need to strengthen the capacities of procurement officers as well as women-owned businesses so that they can exploit these opportunities. And while we are doing that, we have fantastic training centers where we can get some of these trainings even for free. So thank you very much, and thank you to my co-panelists.
Thank you. Please, one more time, a round of applause for our chair and our panelists for that stellar session. Thank you so much. I'd have loved to do a recap, but time is not really on our side. So we still have another presentation and panel session after the break, and we're also going to have a breakout session. So if you think you've been having fun so far, don't worry, we're going to have even more fun after the break. So yes, we're going. So before we move on to the presentation, I would want to ask if anyone has a question from the previous panel session. And I don't know if any of our panelists can answer that. So is there anyone with a question from the previous panel session before we move on to the next presentation? Okay, we're good? Okay. Yes, and comments as well. Please let's make that briefly because we're still trying to work with time. So we'll take that briefly and then also if you want to address it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Leslie Abangida Dong, and I'm the co-chair Open Contracting for Kaduna State OGP. I have 3 questions. Number 1 is for, unfortunately, Prof is not here because I wanted to find out from her how the centers are approaching the admission of women to the centers, because I did one of the courses in ATBU last year. To be honest, I just checked our platform, we're about 85. I don't think we have up to 10 women out of the 85 of us that were in that batch. We're called Track B. So what are the centers doing with regards to that? Then number 2 is for Ekiti State. And of course, you're doing a wonderful job. We've actually been working closely with you too. I've worked with OCP and PPDC, when they were doing some of their work around public procurement. For capacity building and sensitization you did for women that year, I know that was the year you probably got that lift. Sometimes. So have you made it like a yearly exercise where you bring these women on a yearly basis? Have you institutionalized that process for women? Because, of course, after the first event, there will be need to continue to train the women so that we can also learn from your process, since we're at the verge of having our own affirmative action. And number 3 is the last one, is also for Ekiti, but for all of us. You said the e-procurement process is one of the ways you have encouraged women to be part of the procurement process. But I also understand that with digital literacy, skills, inclusion in Nigeria, we have what is called a gender digital divide, which means that even in the digital divide, the women are still disadvantaged when it comes to assessing digital skills, technologies, and all of that. So is there anything you can also, share on how you have been able to close that gender divide? Because if you think that procurement is a solution, you are going to lose out a lot of women because of the gender digital divide. So if you can share with us your experience, we'll be happy so that going forward, we can also put it to use. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll come to that. So maybe we should take all the questions and then you can go on. Okay, let me take care. Him, and then you're the last person.
Thank you very much. My name is Taiwo Francis Akerele, the former Chief of Staff of Edo State, and I was also Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Economic Planning, and presently I'm the Executive Director of Policy House National. I think that the panelists did a very wonderful job, but it will appear to me, based on my experience, I participated in the procurement reforms of Edo State between 2011 and 2013. From the procurement reforms, we now have the procurement commission, we have the procurement agency and all of that. But it will appear to me that everything is centered around gender inclusion. It's as if women participate in procurement, if women are given opportunity to participate in procurement activities, all problems in Nigeria is solved. It's not. And we shouldn't paint the problem. It's not as easy as that. There's no evidence to prove that women are less corrupt than men. And there's no evidence to prove that when men make money, they don't share it with their wives, that their mothers don't benefit from it. So we need to be more broad-minded when we are looking at the issue of procurement access, women access to procurement opportunities and all of that. Number two, if you look at the board of trustees of some of these organizations that have won contracts in Nigeria, there are women on the boards. There are women on the management of those agencies, and they are also beneficiaries, executors of the contracts and the opportunities that have been provided. Then on the issue of access to credit, flowing from what Professor Williams said, in addition to what the panelists said, it's as though credit in Nigeria is skewed towards men. But everybody knows that there's no credit in Nigeria for anybody. When you have 30% interest rate, who goes to the bank to access credit? That is why we must not look at these issues from just the gender perspective. There's no access to credit for anybody in Nigeria. It's a very serious issue. Then part of what causes corruption is that most of our contracts are not funded, and people build in the cost of waiting for payment into the contracting process. For example, you give somebody a job to execute, and it's not going to be paid up to 100% until the next 5 years. And you look at rising inflation, all his gains will be wiped away completely at the end of the day. So that is why the cost of public procurement is very expensive, because they are not funded and they are not cash backed. So it's not just about women being discriminated against. Generally, when contracts are awarded, they are not funded, and it's gender blind. It's not about women are being discriminated against in terms of payment and that men are being favored. So these are some of my initial comments, and I want to thank the panel for doing a very wonderful job in the course of the.
Thank you. All right, it's getting interesting. Okay, so for the sake of time, we're going to let her respond, and then we're going to take the remaining questions, observations, and comments after the presentation, and probably after the panel. Okay, so briefly in less than 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. On the bringing the digital talking about, in Ekiti State presently, there is a continuous training from WOB. Then we open our channels to partners like ADP. They train the women continuously through us, through BPP, registered contractors. So they help us to train them on the use of our device. You understand? That is what we do. Then on the what other question? Training of training is continuous. Yes, it's continuous. We train. In fact, we engage the consultants here in Abuja that help us in the review of our regulation. You understand? Concerning the women policy. So we are all hands are on deck to ensure that there is sustainability of what we have started. Yes, Nana, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. All right, so we're just going to move into the next presentation for the day. And coming up next is the Director of Research Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next presentation, please a round of applause for Dr. Adedeji Adedeyo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon. I think we've started on a very good note. I think I will be able to make the expectation that has been set with various speeches, the keynote speech, the welcome address, Professor Williams' initial presentation. But I think what I will be doing in the next 15-20 minutes is to discuss the cross around. I think he discussed when we think about these projects. As researchers, we want to do new things. And I think two of the new things is around the behavioral and the gender perspective. I mean, to really think about what new can we really add to that aspect. But, one problem is that you need new things doesn't mean you have solved the old problem, right? And that's why we also say, okay, let's assess the state of things in the procurement sector. Let's look at the transparency. Let's look at the skills. We know these are really, really old issues. that over the years, I mean, we have all discussed about the 2007 World Bank report, and I think some of what it highlighted is the issue of transparency. Another issue is the issue of skills gap, and that led to the establishment of these schools and training and procurement. So those are the issues, but what we have not done is, have we really evaluated what the progress is? Have we seen loopholes in the system that we need to, because now we are currently discussing procurement reform again. The president has just constituted a committee to do that. So what are the kind of inputs that we need to really think about the process in procurement? That's actually why we added these two components around transparency and skill gaps into this research work. But let me also say that the purpose of our work, of the research we're doing, it's not yet, I won't call it a final product. So we also still want you to give feedbacks that we can actually use to improve our work, right? So in a way, we are just really presenting to you our drafted work, whereby we solicit feedbacks to further improve it. So in a way, your feedback is quite needed at this point in time. So my presentation will be around transparency, procurement process in Nigeria, transparency and skill gap. And while we are waiting for the slide, in my slide, one of the questions I really want you to think about is, when you think about procurement process in Nigeria, what comes to your mind, right? I know most of us are procurement experts, so you might think about bidding, contract. But as a typical Nigerian, what do we think when people hear about public procurement? I think one of the let me go. So if you look at my presentation, I look at newspaper analysis. And so here, what you see is actually when public, most times when they hear about public procurement, so when they hear about public procurement, most times, one of the first one that comes to mind is corruption, right? And you see there, this is by EFCC chairman, Nigeria lost about 2.9 trillion to contract procurement from within 2 years, right? And I mean, in another news, you had someone talking about the failure of the 2007 Procurement Act. I think many people believe that is outdated. Fiscal transparency, despite ICT advancement, Nigerian state open contracting portals inaccessible. We will hear from that. But I mean, so the story here is this. In terms of the narratives, and I think we set the conversation here about the narrative, that the narrative around procurement is that it is bad, it is corrupted. That's the narrative. Part of the narrative is actually a problem of transparency, right? Even if you are doing something very well, if it's not transparent, anybody can interpret it anyway. So transparency is actually crucial in how we form the narrative. That's actually the point I want to make. But what does the statistic tells us about the level of procurement in Nigeria currently? First, let me put a caveat that we don't know. We don't know what the state of procurement in terms of data. People do things, but we don't have a statistics that show whether this procurement is good or bad. But we can actually interpret it from indirectly. So one of the parties, when you look at budget opponents, and why we look at this as maybe a kind of measure of procurement transparency itself, is the fact that, don't forget that procurement is also part of the budgeting process, right? I would argue that it is when budgeting process ends, procurement now starts, right? When you do all this approval, now let's implement the budget. And if you look at here, tracking what has happened in Nigeria based on data that is available between 2006 and 2021, we could see when compared to, say, a country like South Africa, look at what we scored. We are about currently, I mean, latest data, I think they will release their 2023 data very soon. But when you see 2021, 45, South Africa, 68, that shows improvement over time in our budget transparency or openness, but we are still lacking. What these indicators actually advocated for is that if you are 61, if you score 61 points, you are really doing well. So we are still less than 61. So which means we have not gotten. Now, this is important for many things. I mean, when you look at public procurement, and let me go to the next slide where we disaggregated this number. So this is just a disaggregation of the number you just saw. And you see that budget openness consists of three things: budget transparency, public participation, and budget oversight. Where do we have some of the big problems in Nigeria? Number one is around the public participation, right? In terms of oversight, you could see we are already at 61 according to the most recent data, right? A lot of people can argue maybe the oversight is weak or not, but there is, right? But in terms of where the two challenges are is budget transparency and public participation. If you look at this data, I mean, if you check the data, this is actually very comprehensive that anybody could look. If you look at where the challenge was identified for Nigeria around budget transparency. So we have budgets. It is released publicly, right? Everybody knows about the budget. But you know that where our budgeting problem lies is two areas. Number one, we don't actually have an audited report of our budget to know that what extent as what we have actually promised that we would do, to what extent was it actually carried out. And you know, the auditing process is actually about the procurement process. So that's actually what this index is saying the biggest problem lies. So you could see that transparency sometimes around our procurement process, especially at the federal level. We were looking for the budgets recently on actual government spending in Nigeria. And you won't get the data. I mean, the latest one that was released by Budget Office was the first quarter of 2023. Right? The problem with that is if the data are not timely, even if this is released, they could say, "Oh, we are releasing this data." It's not timely enough, so you couldn't be actually saying, "Oh, government is," because you need the timely data to actually get into the conversation. So we'll be discussing something for. I mean, it's already like about 18 months late in some instances before we get the release of those data. Those are part of the problem. The second part of the problem is public participation, which is the lowest area. And I want to emphasize that we cannot really make progress. And when you talk about public procurement and budgeting, we can differentiate it. For example, in the budgeting, we have legislative oversight. So what's the oversight at the procurement level, right? Most times, you actually see, okay, if the citizens are the beneficiary of this, maybe they could also be part of the oversight process. But you know, in Nigeria, the weakest point is actually citizen participation. So that's a problem in our procurement. If it's not transparent to the citizen, again, the narrative is formed around the story you had about what is going on in the Nigerian procurement process. This is actually just a similar point. I mean, even when what are the things that we can use to really improve oversight? Judiciary independence, administrative body, e-citizenship, press freedom. You could see that the weakest, I mean, this is another index that shows various things, where the biggest challenges is also around e-citizenship, whereby citizen engagement in that process. And again, that points to the fact that if they are the one that we expect oversight to come from, there is a problem, right? And if there is a problem here, the narrative that will still be out there is that there is inefficiency and there is corruption. So part of the reform process, I mean, the first thing to put on the table is part of our reform process or initiative in Nigeria. Whatever we think about it, how do we actually bring more citizen participation in that process should be crucial. We've not done that effectively in the past. So this research is literally to look at all of that. What are the factors driving transparency in public procurement? What are the effectiveness of recent reforms? And what are the challenges to achieving optimal transparency in the procurement process? How did we go about the research? We focused on three places: federal system, Ekiti State and Kaduna State. Why Ekiti and Kaduna State? When anytime we talked about procurement, and say you want to learn about procurement system in Nigeria, everybody keeps telling us go to Kaduna and Ekiti State. So we said, okay, we have to just dealt with that. Right. So then the federal system that was added to it. So what we did is we spoke with MDAs in both in each of these ones. We also actually then. So one of what we did, which you will hear more in terms of what are the challenges, is the fact that we spoke with people that participated in the contracting process, bidding and everything, and they highlighted some of the weakness still existing in that process. Our emphasis is on, when we did this work, we look at we look at the various value chain. From approval to bidding to the disclosure of bidding criteria to the dispute resolution, all of this we look into to see what are the transparency elements that we really want to emphasize and what are the challenges that bidders are highlighting as key weakness still existing in that area. So I will quickly go into looking at each of these in terms of what the engagement reveals. Number one is the approval of procurement contracts. And I think most of us will be used to this. This is like the threshold for approval, right? Which one go to the Federal Executive Council or the State Executive Council? Which one can the Commissioner of Ministerial Tender approve? Which one lies with the board? Which one accounting officer or permanent secretary? Which one can the director approve? What you will see here is the fact that this has done, the transparency element here is that the bigger the amount of money involved, the more checks and balances. So if it is less than 10 million for goods and services, of course, director could work on it. But when it becomes 300 million or more, no, it has to go to the highest authority. That's actually a part of ensuring that we introduce enough checks and balances. But also, in a way, it's maybe to also cater for experiences and maybe SMEs inclusion. So, for example, with the lower bids, SMEs can participate. With also, you don't want to buy stationaries or tissue paper, and you want it to go to the State Executive Council before the approval for that. You want nobody will wait for that, right? So you want that to be done. But what are the issues that were highlighted? Two issues. One is piecemeal projects, whereby sometimes I think a lot of people have talked about the disadvantage in the present procurement system, whereby it slows things down. We might want to move faster than what the procurement law says. I think there's a recent conversation that Minister Wiki mentioned that they needed to fast track things in the procurement law for them to acquire technology. They kidnap someone. You want to rescue them, but if you are going to rely on procurement law, maybe you are still looking for that equipment in the next 9 months. And the kidnappers will not wait until that point in time. So so we also see that people have actually really said, okay, how can we achieve this? Even if something is 300 million, you can actually make it how many projects? As small projects that can be approved at the lower level than the higher level. So those kind of piecemeal kind of projects, splitting projects into pieces in order to make sure that we don't violate the threshold, but we still meet that process. It's both good and bad. So in a way, you can use it to those kind of problems that we encounter, you can use it to solve it. But it's also an avenue for someone to actually also exploit that, right? So what we should be looking at our procurement reform is how do we really address those issues? It's a valid point because it can delay progress, but also it's also a valid point that it can also be a loophole. So how do we really address it? That's the issues we should be talking about, and that relates to the second point in terms of issue of timeliness and efficiency. Like procurement law is curating a trade-off between efficiency of project delivery and also the timeliness. You want to do something in 1 month, procurement law says you couldn't do it for 4 months. And in the old era where we have our budgets mostly being passed around June, it means that you cannot actually do anything. Some people argue that that's even an opportunity for corruption. If you don't do anything, so what do you do with the money that has been? So they've given you this money now, and you can't return it. So what do you do with it? We know the cases of, I think, Professor Grange. I think that's actually around procurement in terms of delay. So those are kind of loopholes that we need to be thinking about in our subsequent reform process. What about the next stage? I mean, the first stage of procurement is advertisement of procurement bids. And we are obligated to actually announce the bids, the call for bids in 2 national newspapers. For example, at the federal level, we have the Federal Tender Journal, ensuring that this is, everybody's informed. The essence of this is also transparency, to make sure that if there is a bid you want to announce to the public, you want people to come and bid for something, let everybody be aware. If everybody is aware, so what are we likely to have? We are going to have a transparent system. And I think the case of announcement, I think it's generally something that is being conformed to. When we spoke with even people that are bidding, the people who are implementing projects in Kaduna State and Ekiti State, they were aware of various forms of approaches that it has taken. For example, in Kaduna, they mentioned that there's a national dailies and there's a e-procurement website whereby the announcements is made and they could actually be aware of it. In Ekiti State, people talk about newspaper, radio jingles, online platform as part of what has been done. So what are the challenges that people mentioned? Some of the challenges they talked about is sometimes you might actually announce a bid in 2 weeks, like you have to bid in 2 weeks' time, right? It takes time to actually prepare bids. Sometimes a bid could be as expected of maybe the document you need could be run into hundreds or 150. That takes time. So if you give very short time notice for applications, right, it's not going to help a lot of people that have, maybe when we even talk about gender, women organization that has limited capacity. So when we have short bids, it's actually tend to help people that are already in the system rather than helping new people that you really want to. If you're already in the system, you have all these documents, you know all these procedures, those are things that you could be prepared for. If you're not in the system, it's not possible. And so those are part of the problems in terms of how do we address it. And I think the problem is not whether what we are doing is bad or not, but looking at this challenge as a way to think about reforms, right? Should it be a form of education such that anybody that's interested in bid, these are the documents you should be having prepared, ready to go? Can we also really give them anticipation of, there will be really a procurement announcement at this point in time? For example, you see the budget process, you could see what is there, you could know that, expectedly, this procurement should be coming up in the next 3 or 4 months, so that even there is no announcements now, but everybody's have an anticipation that something is coming, whereby they would be preparing. Also, let them know what they would. So those are kind of things that we see as part of what we could improve in this area in terms of the suggestion we are getting from the bidding strategies. What do we mean? These are, I think we have also highlighted this. Most times we expect, the bidding strategy could be 2 types. One is the competitive bidding. More of open it up to everyone, restrictive is to the selective few. Both of them has advantages and disadvantages. When we really restrict ourselves to transparency, we say, competitive bidding is the most advantageous, right? But we also know that restrictive bidding, you don't want to be soliciting for aircraft to bomb terrorists. That would be restrictive bidding, not competitive bidding, right? So everything has, but in terms of competitive bidding, when we spoke with many of the of your clients, I mean, I'm talking to the people in the procurement world, most of them actually said, okay, yeah, that's open bidding process is usual method in the process of, I mean, there's open bidding for everyone. But they did not rule out SODO or coalition in bidding process, right? A lot of people say that they have the feelings that sometimes you could actually see 10 people bidding for something. Sometimes it might be only one person, sometimes it might just be 2 people. Which means, let's say you want to bid for something, and you go in with 2 other ones that are just you yourself, other organization. You can increase your portfolio, but also you are taking the box rather than actually ensuring the principle of transparency. Taking the boxes in terms of, okay, it should not just be one person, so there is not a kind of, so you don't want it to appear that it's only one person, so many people applied at once, whereas it's just only one person still applying. So that would be one problem to look into. It's not something that is easy to solve, right? I mean, when we talk about problem in procurement, it's not just on the supply side, it's on the 2 sides. That problem could be coming from the procurement agency. It could also be coming from the bidders, right? So where the problem lies, you don't know. But we need to understand what the problem is, right? As I will be talking about in terms of what the reform should look like around some of those issues. Disclosure of bidding criteria. I think one of the, in what we looked at, most, I mean, when concerning the discussion of bidding, it varies. But some ministry indicated that both successful and unsuccessful bidders are notified about the outcome of the bidding, whereas other review that only the successful bidders. When we talk to MDAs, majority actually just inform the successful bidders. The unsuccessful ones are not informed. Part of the transparency regulation, according to international or global best practices, is that even if you are not picked, you should know why, right? You should know why your bid failed. So in most cases, we don't adhere to that. So we could really conclude that some of the challenges that procurement system in Nigeria is still lacking regard full disclosure. And this point are an important area to improve transparency. The government should publish the selection criteria for bidding in its contract, and details of the contract award method should be clear and timely. So in a way, the way to actually bring everybody on board in that process is certainly full disclosure, right? And we will talk more dispute resolution. So what happened, for example, there was a recent case in the US. There's a bid for a contract to build NASA jets that would take the astronauts to the moon, right? The bid was between SpaceX and Blue Origin, owned by 2 billionaires, right? And the bid was won by SpaceX, Elon Musk. And so what happened? The other one, they sued them, right? And so they took them to court. Because it's a huge contract, and if you don't get that contract, that's the head of, the major work in the area. So, but what happens in the case of Nigeria, if that happens, that you are not happy with the person has been selected? We find curiously that across the states, every MDSs did not have issue of someone complaining about the bids. So that's really strike us as something not really, someone should be unhappy that I didn't win the bid. So we have some of this private exhibition. And some of the 2 complaints they gave us, for example, there's a lack of designated authority to even make complaints. There is no proper channel in terms of how do we really complain to. In cases where the bidder is not selected for a contract, there seems to be no established channel for lodging complaint or seeking recourse, right? Sometimes the channel is not there, but sometimes it is informalized because you don't want to take government to court and then be labeled, right? So there is a problem. I don't know, maybe that's false under behavioral issues, whereby even though you think you have a grievance, but you say, okay, don't let me take them to court because maybe I might not be selected somewhere. But in the interest of transparency, it's important to actually have a dispute resolution mechanism because in every way, like the Blue Origin issue. When I was reading the story, I heard that immediately that contract was awarded to SpaceX, about 10 staffs from Blue Origin moved to SpaceX because that's the only way their career can advance. So in a way, it just shows you that it matters. I mean, it matters to the livelihood of people. It matters to people's business model. So for that reason, someone needs to actually say, have that satisfaction that I've lost a good fight rather than I've lost because of any other reason, right? So that's that's majorly what we find in terms of the bidding process. What about e-procurement? Again, at the federal level, I think one thing we will see is that states are actually ahead of federal government in e-procurement. So, for example, in Kaduna and Ekiti, they've introduced a lot of this e-procurement process into their system. What about federal government? Federal government approved 1.6 billion, I think, in 2016 to commence the process of e-procurement. However, as we speak, what we have is what is called Nokompo. I mean, the full meaning is around. I mean, it's an online transparency stuff, but it's not e-procurement. It's just like a platform to really say, okay, these are the ongoing projects. When I was preparing for this presentation yesterday, so I deliberately went to the portal again to see, can I get procurement for 2023? I couldn't see anything for 2023. I tried a bit 2022, nothing. The earliest I was able to see there is around 2021. So it just shows it's also not timely, right? For it. So in a way, state is doing better from this. And my question is this: how involved, and I think I want to really ask our panelists this question, how involved are states in the new reforms? Because given that states are already ahead of federal government in some areas, one lesson, because I see federation as an experiment, and which is the way it should be. You should not just experiment something at the federal level that affects 200 million people. It's important that you experiment in Kaduna. If it works or fail, we discard it and know this will not work, right? If it's something that is work, we scale it to the federal level. Now we've experimented with some of these reforms at the federal level. How are we going to incorporate all those lessons going forward into the next phase of our reform exercise? I think those are the questions we need to think about. So some of the challenges, which I've highlighted, some insufficient political way to fully implement some of the recommendations or reform, for example. Many aspects, even when we talked about them, we blame a lot of reform process on the 2007 Reform Procurement Act, but very few, we know that many of aspects of that act has not still been implemented. So in a way, it's a question of political will. We still have access to comprehensive of meaningful procurement data. Timeliness is still a problem. I think one of the news items I saw was the fact that, I think if you look at the news I showed you, the third news says that despite ICT advancement, most states still have their procurement portal not accessible. So it's still a problem in terms of accessing data, even in many states. So again, what are the peer learning mechanisms that I think you talked about learning from Ekiti State? Are there a way that it's not just going to be by institutionalizing such that someone can really, really learn? Maybe we need to actually bring Ekiti people into the university system, whereby we have a centralized way that everybody will learn, not just someone that is really aware that there is a progress going on in Ekiti State. Those are kind of things to be thinking about. Political intervention and no role for non-state actors in the system. I think I mentioned this in terms of citizenship role in the process and why that if we don't get it right, it might be a problem. One problem we also had, this is actually mostly at the federal level. There's a complaint that there is acute distribution of procurement workers, right? Whereby most of what you see, there is oversupply of procurement to some ministry, undersupply to the ministry. So people actually tend to choose because some procurement, some ministry are better than the other. So, yeah, just So there is also a kind of distribution. On the skill gap, what skills do we think a procurement officer should have? So from the literature, these are some of the skills: technical and project management skills, negotiation skills, communication, analytical skills, ethical skills, and with e-procurement, some digital literacy skills. So what we did in also part of that study is to look at some of this. Currently, we are looking at curriculum from Nigeria, and we're also looking at curriculum elsewhere to see how does our curriculum really supply those skills. But in our engagement, we've looked at the demand for skill for procurement and the supply. The demand in the sense that are people coming to even study from these institutions, right? One is the fact that it's become obvious that we need a specialized procurement institutions in Nigeria. I think you highlighted some of the fact that just imagine with the dollar crisis, if we need to train our procurement officers in the US or in the UK, even in South Africa, that's huge. So it's cheaper to actually do it at home, right? And looking at the fact that procurement talks about something that covers every MDAs. Just imagine the number of MDAs we have at the federal government. At the states, 36 states. That means at least each one will need a procurement officer. So look at how many people we need to actually train. And you can't just train and leave it alone. It has to be continuous, right? There could be new development, there could be new initiative. Also, people will retire, right? And so you need new people to actually bring on board. So those are kind of things. So one of what people complain about is the fact that our procurement officers, we still think them as just accountants. So most times people just, because of accounting skills, but procurement is more about project management. So in a way, we need to actually really know that it is a distinct career path rather than I'm an accountant, I know about how finances work. It's a different thing, and really upgrading those things are clear. With the establishment of we have procurement centers that are training people. That has been one of the major developments. But one of what we have from the centers is the fact that even the demand looks to be higher among private sectors. They are even demanding for procurement officers. The private sectors are even showing more interest in it than even public sectors, which shows you that. So what are the problems with why are we not seeing that similar? It's not that public sectors are not there, but the comment is even in terms of more interest, private sector engagement seems to be coming also up. In terms of the supply, there is a lot we can also do. Even I believe there are major issues that supply institutions that are also training could do. They also complain about their own capacity itself. If they really want to train everyone, right? It needs a lot of they need a lot of manpower and also financial capacity. And we should know that these institutions has been donor driven in most parts, right? If we really want to talk about sustainability, we need national kind of ownership of all of that, right? How do we ensure that the process is also continuous? So the idea shouldn't be that procurement is not just a one-shot stuff that you go there, you learn the skills. Things change every time in that process, right? And because of that, we need actually more institutions that can participate in that. Also we need a more continuous training. One of the problems, just to end, one of the problems that you see in procurement process in Nigeria is the fact that when you make a law around procurement, right? If human beings, we are very smart. There is something in the literature, and they call it what is called creative accounting. And what do they mean by creative accounting is the fact that there was, this happened not even in Nigeria, but just imagine that we could do that in Nigeria, and I know we're doing it in Nigeria. So what happened I think it was in the EU, And they had this problem that, okay, our budget, a lot of our budget is, we are not seeing a lot of capital spending, right? It's capital spending is too low. So they make a law to say that, okay, 40% of the budget should go into this and 60% into this, right? So, but the problem is people in charge, they have a particular thing in terms of maybe what they want to earn in some ways. So what's changed in most cases will be how they label items rather than the issue of whether, so an items that should be capital expenditure in nature. So for example, toilet clothes should be maybe recurrent, right? There's a way you could actually add it under maybe some huge investment that then the label becomes capital. So in a way, you are shifting the labeling rather than actually reform. The idea of creative accounting is this, that if someone wants to steal, public official, it talks about this very minute set of people that really dents the image of the public officials. And if they are really, really interested in it, irrespective of the law, I think he also gave us the fact that 60% of procurement, of corruption cases are procurement frauds. So what will happen, right? Which means when we make a law, people find loopholes in the laws and they perpetrate it. So which means one short law will not be enough. That's actually the implication. So let me just talk about, I think this is one part of our work we are doing, which is the biggest problem in procurement reform in Nigeria is the political side of it, the political way. And we call that, it's like unreformable kind of things. So how do you reform the unreformable? We highlighted 4 things. One is that if you really want to really think reform as a one-shot solution or intervention, it won't work. It has to be continuous, which means when you make a law today, after 2 years, be sure that someone will find a good person with that law. And so what you need to do is, okay, there's a loophole. Continuously actually reform yourself too, so that you continue to block the loopholes, rather than you waiting until, like we have done from 2007 till now that we are thinking about reforms. I think that has exposes a lot of loopholes in the old system, like I've highlighted in my presentation. So when we actually embark on this reform process, don't let us think about it as that we are going to get it right at once. We won't get it right at once. We will get it right over time. That's actually the first thing. The second thing is to ensure that when we talk about holistic and sustainable reforms, it has to be something that prioritizes institution than individual. We can have a good reformer. We have the Director General of Procurement Institutions who are great reformers. But what happens when we leave, right? What happens if people don't share our objective? But what happens if the institution we manage really share our objectives so that everybody is just like, this is the rules here, this is the stated objective. So we need to actually really emphasize institutions than individual. And how do you do that? Maybe capacity development from institutions, whereby everybody shares the same goals, the same values around procurement. And so that even the procurement reforms is not just driven by someone at the top alone, but everybody at the institutional level share that one. What else can we do? We could leverage public will. Public will is the fact that we talk about political will being weak, but we also know that politicians want to win votes, and to win votes you need public will, right? So could we actually use public will to really change political will? It's a question in terms of, can we put it as an agenda to say, okay, we will do this reform can be part of what we could do. How do we leverage that public will for political will? It should be something we should think about. But lastly, state level efforts are very important. As we have seen in Nigeria, even most of the reforms, some of the most beautiful reforms are taking place at the local level. How do we ensure that we transfer that to the federal, but also share it among other states? Because the reforms taking place in Kaduna and Ekiti State, I want to say It's still a small one compared to the 36 states we're talking about. So how do we replicate these good practices almost everywhere? It's also a question on our table for discussion. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deji, for that interesting presentation. He really gave us a lot of insights. Please, one more time, a round of applause for him. There was honestly so much to grab. Before I'm done writing a line, he has come up with another line, and I was struggling to keep up. But the slides, if you're like me, the slides will be made available for you to go through. Just a few points. I know that he started with what the headlines are saying. I think at some point we just always revert back to communication, right? And how we should shift the perspective, not only with Nigerians, but also the information we're putting out there. Also the statistics. We saw the bar charts with the budget openness in Nigeria and South Africa from 2006 to 2021, the key performance on the three indicators of an open budget. We also saw the procurement value chain, the evidences and the challenges. And the challenges include insufficient political will and also the access to meaningful information. We saw the skills gap as well, put side by side, the demand and supply. And also he ended that powerful presentation by reforming the unreformable. I think that's quite an interesting way to put it. We should know that it would always evolve, the importance of the state level and leveraging the public power representation. So please, one more time, a round of applause for Dr. Deji. Thank you. So we're going to be moving to the second panel session for today. And I'm going to take a back seat for this, and I'm going to have a chair. But please, if you can lend me your ears for a minute while I introduce the person moderating this. He's the Managing Director, African Project Development Center, APDC, Abuja, a youth-run organization for youth and women empowerment through training and incubation in agribusiness and creative arts. He is skilled in policy analysis, strategic planning, international development finance, and project management, program management. He served at AFDB for 21 years and retired in 2018 as the Director, Agriculture and Agro-Industry Department. He spearheaded the Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, TAAT, and the Enable Youth Program, among others, which have brought many African youths and women into agriculture. He has a PhD in Development Economics from the University of Bradford, UK. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, taking us further as the panel chair for the next panel session, let us welcome the Managing Director, Africa Project Development Center, Dr. Chiji Ojukwu. Please, a round of applause for him. He will be introducing our panelists and moderating the panel session. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ms. Eva, for that introduction. I also congratulate Dr. Deji for the wonderful presentation he has made this afternoon. I must also commend CC and partners for the timely study they've just done. I think it's coming at a time when I would say Nigeria really needs it. Good enough from the presentation, you said that the president had setting up a committee to look into some of these reforms. I believe the outcome of these discussions will fit essentially into those. I see them as what I call best practice, because from the presentation, it's obvious that Nigeria is not there. We have a long way to go, even when compared with South Africa. We are very behind. I'm also happy to know that some of the colleagues I work with at the African Development Bank are also here. I believe at a point they will also bring their own perspectives. when you compare what we do at international financial institutions to what is done at government level, there's still a lot of gap to meeting what I call best practices. Okay, if there's a traction towards these best practices, then this level of lack of transparency, corruption, and so on and so forth will reduce, and the country will be better for it. The amount of money that we are losing from what has been presented today, either from the first presentation or the second presentation, is very alarming. We're talking of trillions in a country that is suffering from extreme poverty. So I believe, as the professor said, if you get procurement right, then you get the country right. So this is coming at a time when it's very, very needed for this country to see how the reforms, if implemented, because from what we had in some of the presentations, it took about 7 years from when the World Bank intervened to when the Procurement Act was enacted. And procurement is dynamic, the market is dynamic. So as Dr. Deji said, you have to, continue reforming. Don't just do one off and you think you've done it. But you have to keep monitoring the market and see what changes that are needed. I think Dr. Eva has already, Ms. Eva already summarized the presentation, so I don't need to go into it. But let me invite my co-panelists to come and share their perspectives on this presentation. So can I call Daniel Kajan? Dr. Kajan is Senior Procurement Specialist at the World Bank. Please come to the podium. Okay, the second panelist is a colleague from Kaduna State Public Procurement Authority, the DG, Honorable Sanusi Yero. Please come to the podium. And our third panelist is also the DG Ekiti State Bureau of Public Procurement, Honorable James Folorosho. Okay, I think you can agree with me that these panelists were the best we could get, given the topic that is before us, especially the reforms that are going on in Kaduna and in Ekiti states, and also a colleague from the World Bank that has funded most of these reforms or has played a big role and is still playing. So without much ado, I will ask each of you to tell us your perspectives with regards to the presentation and the findings and some of the recommendations. Let me start with our friend from the World Bank, Daniel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon. For those who are fasting, it's part of the worship and Ibadah, isn't it? Yes, I'm happy to be here. In fact, it's a privilege because my colleague supposed to be here is in Tanzania, is SEAC. So he asked me if I'm available to come and represent the bank. I think the bank is interested in this kind of programs that are going on. And a confession, in fact, this is the first time I'm listening to somebody whom I have no one in procurement, who does not share my sentiment per se, but is talking about procurement.
So I was getting the other perspective, how people see our work. So that's my first impression. So all the assumptions that I have, this is what people say and this is what they see. So my first impression is that the perception of the public in terms of procurement is very important and has been brought out in this research. So this is timely, and it will help in the practitioner to have a more, what will I say, direct approach to procurement issues in terms of the legal framework, in terms of the constitutional framework, and in terms of technology. Because if you talk about reform, that's what it is: the legal framework, institutional framework, technology, and so on. So you have to get them right. So the research has brought out those issues. Although transparency is just picked as one of the core principles of procurement, the presentation has also dived into the other principles indirectly and directly: economy, fit for purpose, open, fairness, all of these things. I think the presentation tried to capture all those things. Because you cannot do transparency alone. It's a behavior that you don't teach. It's a culture that is all encompassing. And it's not something that you can isolate. It is something that the quantum of it, what you see. What happens in life is a reflection of how transparent people are. The decisions that people take, even the decision that God takes, it depends on how transparent God takes decision. Because I've seen people challenging God in the decision that He takes. They say that God is not transparent. So, where I'm giving the example, I normally give an example to those people who attend my classes in the World Bank Procurement Clinics. For you that are Christians, you have a story where twins were born, Esau and Jacob, and they say that God has predestined and has chosen Jacob. Why? Instead of Esau, who was the firstborn. So people are saying, is God transparent? Why did he do that? Another one is that I was discussing with one professor of medicine of blessed memory, Professor Oshoteme, who was my boss in Dhaka. The issue between the Palestinians and the Jews. People are saying, why are they trying to use Bible to decide that case? Because there's no transparency. The Jews are saying that God gave them that land. They are now asking, was God transparent in choosing the land for these people? Why not the Palestinians? What I'm not trying to say here is that for you to know the magnitude of this topic, transparency is the quality of a decision, the genuineness of a decision, the genuineness of a people, the genuineness of a vision, not just about procurement, but ab initio, the genuineness of how you want to live your life is what we call transparency. So, and I think the presentation has dealt with that very well. Thank you very much, and I think I will.
Thank you very much. Actually, the presenter has tried to do justice to the analysis, and as we are in the industry, the procurement agencies are trying to analyze these issues and see the way forward. We really commend him for the analysis as well, and at least several things are on record. But now it's clear that we have the legal frameworks for us to operate in terms of the procurement. He's up to this, we don't have. So it's at least we have to note that, and we have it. And then we also have the will from the political appointees, the governors and the rest. At least they have the will, and they are trying to see. Of course, we can say the percentage is maybe not forthcoming as we wanted, but at least That's that way. Nobody wants to be associated with corruption, So everybody wants to get money, but at least in a way that at least it will be clean to him, So that will is there, and then now here we are. We have operated the system for some time, and we need to at least do some amendments and then do some. So that this particular thing that he was able to put out of this assessment and the reports is really key to us, and I really commend him for that, and that's the way I saw it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate CC for having us here, and for all that we have gained today. Actually, there is a saying that says that the highest level of insanity is doing something the same way and expecting a better result. And all that we are doing concerning transparency, accountability, the level we are, and where we are going.
Recording in progress.
Is just to make sure that we do things in different ways, so that at the end of the day we can get a better result that will get Nigeria out of this woods that we are. I will be ungrateful here if I don't appreciate my colleague from Kaduna, because I know that, as they are mentioning Ekiti, we will be nodding his head. Because actually when Governor Fayemi came on board, and that was in 2010, I was then a director of budget in the Ministry of Budget. I was the director of budget in the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. And that was when he started directing us to Kaduna. And we were having a huge challenge in Kaduna. When they lost election in 2014, we went back to level 0. It came back again in 2018, we started. And that has brought us to where we are in Ekiti. And I know Kaduna will be very happy, particularly my very good parents. Because your guys are now saying they are coming to Ekiti to learn. And that is, we have taken what we learned to a very good level. And to that, I would say political will matters a lot. Governor Fayemi came from an environment where he has learned a lot of this, and he was not minding his words to link up us with those where we can gain maximally. And I want to say that for us to not continue to do things the way it is, sifters has equally come to help us. And I was very surprised. Actually, I just assumed office in BBP not quite a month. I was permanent secretary in the Ministry of Budget. Then I was moved to the Ministry of Finance. I retired last year. And then just about not quite a month, I was asked to take up this job. But you can see that the environment is not new to me, because the Bureau of Public Procurement is one of the fiscal coordinating agencies, and we all work together. And I want to say that if we want to get better results, we are not. Look at what happened. CC came to audit our performance by conducting the research, getting across to contractors, getting across to the women. We were not even aware. And they got all the results, and they felt, okay, for those who have been recommending it, they are not making mistakes. The point is that the sifters had actually helped us a lot also, change our perspective. And it's like in Nigeria, we will not do things easily. When sifters came and they have criteria, DLI 1, DLI 2, and all DLIs, and they attach conditions. Nearly all the states of the accreditation were keen to it. But go and see what is happening today. Majority of them are deviating. Immediately they got the money, they went back up, but our governor told us no. And the advantage of continuity has equally helped us. And that is the reason why we even come on board as the new DG. Because if it has been heavily politicized, I will be here.
So I think these are some of the issues that we should bring about to do things differently if actually we want to move ahead in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next round of questions, let me also add a little bit of my own perspective. As you will have heard, I spent 21 years at the African Development Bank, rising from what we call tax manager. That's the field operations for 10 years, becoming a manager, becoming a director before retiring. So procurement, that period was also a major part of my oversight. As a practitioner in the field or approval process. I think listening to the presentation on transparency, one area that bothers me a bit is actually, are we really doing procurement? Okay. Especially, I think most of the discussion have been on budgets, but there's also projects. A lot of international financial institutions are financing projects. World Bank, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and all that. So, a lot of what we do, comes from those institutions, and most of them are through projects. Okay, so project procurement is as good as even the one that the government is doing through project. But the question is, where do you start? It's a value chain. Sometimes we forget this. Okay, so if you are doing project procurement, for example, you must have a design in your project. That's where it starts. Okay. You design your procurement arrangement, you design your procurement plan, all in the project document during your appraisal. Okay. The issue of information has been raised today. Most of these things should be known. If you go to the World Bank or African Development Bank and pick a project there, you see all the procurement that will be done in the next 2 or 3 years. It's already there. So information is available. But unfortunately, here in the country, through our public procurement, most of these things are not known. One of the things said here is that 70% of procurement is done in, you say bedroom or bathroom, I didn't quite understand that. And I asked myself, is that procurement? Okay. So you have to have information available. Okay. You have to publicize. If it's international competitive bidding, you also have to publicize the international journals so that people outside there to know. Okay. Here today, we are talking of gender in procurement. We also have what we call domestic preference. Okay, so that opportunities are given to Nigerians to also participate, especially if they are complex projects. Okay, it's not every procurement that everybody should also be involved in, because they talk about NASA and so on and so forth. If we are to say construct underground rail station in Abuja today, it's not everybody that you invite. Okay, you also have what we call pre-qualification. You have to pre-qualify those who have the ability to do that job to bid, not just everybody. Okay, so there's a lot that is involved in procurement if we are to be transparent. Okay, the specification when the key speaker was talking about vehicles, it was interesting, because if you are going to procure and you want to be fair to everybody, then you must have specifications. You can't just say procure Toyota. Then people will bid for Camry, people will bid for Corolla, people will bid for all sorts of things. So you must have clear specification that makes it that everybody is bidding for the same thing. If you don't have that, some will bid for orange, some will bid for apple, and so on and so forth, and it's not procurement. Okay. Today, I think when the professor was talking about giving contracts when there's no money to pay, it shocked me if that is procurement. Because once a contract is signed, the money is ring-fenced. You must have the money, and it's committed. Nobody should touch that money because it's committed. So how can you give a contract and then you say you don't have money to pay? That is not procurement. So there are many things I believe this study and the reforms that we're doing will bring up. And then you're talking about recourse. Okay? A minister goes to the site and he cancels a project because they are not meeting the deliverables. That is not recourse. The contracts that you sign must have process for dispute resolution, must have contract for arbitration, must have clause for recourse in case of any of the party breaches the contract. You cannot just arbitrarily cancel a contract. And then from what you said in the report, that people don't even know where to go to complain, as was done for the NASA case in the US. Okay? You just say, I can't fight government, and you just leave it. That is not procurement. A contract must have a clause that tells you where to go in the event that that contract is breached. And it's your right to do so. I believe that the reforms that are coming up will have all these things so that we try as much as possible to aim at best practice, which are internationally recognized and which will give confidence to various bidders to come to this country and participate. Okay. The issue of women was also raised. It's not part of the discussion, but broadly, let me use that opportunity to say my own. Okay. Affirmative action was mentioned. Okay. At the same time, if you really want women to participate, I think so the guy from Kaduna said it. If you say that this particular, you have to reinforce the contract that you want women to participate and say that this women only contract. But in doing so, you must also have competition among the women. Otherwise, also, it's not fair. If you say these women and just go and select few women and give them the contract, that's not procurement. So the issue of what is procurement and what is not procurement, I believe, should be part of what this discussion should also be about. Having said that, I come back to the panel members. Yes, I think. Sorry, I have a question for you. Okay. I just made my own perspective. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Before I come to the work, right, let me go to Kaduna State. During the discussion, Kaduna is one of the states that is taking the lead in reforms, technology applications, and so on and so forth. How has it worked? How has this technology worked for you? Okay. And what are the challenges that the state has been facing in getting this right?
Well, thank you very much. As I said earlier on, Kaduna for long has been pioneering the issue of procurement in the country. We have been trying because we key in right from inception in 2007 during the beautiful budget implementation and price intelligence that was started in the federal level in 2003. So 4 years after Kaduna joined in, and then we started. So we started with small guidelines and very little law that has about 9 pages. So we can see the trend in terms of the development that's occurs in the country concerning the procurement practice in the state, and also in the federation generally. What we got right was the political will right from the onset. When we started in 2007, I remember that was during the former vice president when he was a governor, Mohammed Sambo, who was the one that started the due process mechanism in the state. So, in part, his first appointee was the special advisor and chairman of the due process office then, to show how important he wants to get this reform right. So when we started, he could get us all the necessary support, right from the legal framework, all the documentation that we mitigate in terms of the legal, the guidelines, the law, what there was, and then also the training started, because I remember all of us, about 10 of us were sent to US that time to study and get the procurement right, because it was new then. So at least what I'm trying to say is that we have come a long way in terms of keying into the best practice right from the time that Nigeria feels that yes, we need to have a reform around the procurement side. So that's why we have the political will, and then we are able to go ahead of all the states within no time, and then that's why we're also able to get the e-procurement ready for us, because we feel that we have gone past the manual processes, and then you have to key in. And the most important secret is capacity building that we've been doing, because within no time we try to educate our civil servants that are going to be the actors in terms of the procurement officers and all the MDS. So we try to do training for them. So within no time they were able to key into the procurement best practices, and also our contractors also do. We also try to have training. I remember that time hardly a week passed without training. So that helps in terms of getting people on board. And as my colleague has said, as we're doing that, then the sectors came. That is also because it's a performance-based incentive program for all banks, so it really helped us. So Kaduna was able to get it right. One, because of the political will. Number two, because of the quick nature of the response that the state government took in terms of having to see that you're the key into the best practice in the procurement. And then lastly, they were able to get this capacity building very well for the staff that are operating the what you call Kaduna Public Procurement Authority at PPA, and also the other procurement officers around the MDS in the state. And it will be interesting to know that even our local government are fully key in. You can see how rotten the local government are, but in Kaduna State, they are really key in. In fact, just recently we finished what we call the procurement planning, procurement defense for all the local government, because normally when the budget is passed, all the MDS bring their procurement plan and they will come and do what we call procurement defense, because procurement is supposed to be often competitive. If you are doing any default, emergency, then you have to come and defend with facts why you want to do the emergency. And also, we are finished with the MDS in the state, and now we have just completed one for the local government. So it's really helping us. And the third thing is the issue of the data. We really have data right from 2007 up to date. So this helps us in planning and seeing monitoring our progress. I think these are the few areas that make it a bit different from other states in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the rest of the states have a lot then and get from the experiences that you have expounded. Now, let me go to our colleague from the Ekiti States. I will follow on the show. Though you are just 1 month, but you said that you already, you've been in the process, so you know what the government has done, what the people have done, you know the reforms that are going on in the state. Now that we're informed that the federal government is setting up a committee to reform the procurement system in the country, what are the suggestions? Of course, we've seen the 4 items of reforming the unreformable. Apart from those, what are the suggestions that you will be giving to this committee to ensure that they achieve the same level of success that we're seeing with Kaduna and the states? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I would say that the starting point for the reform is a very strong legal framework. The Bible says that if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? And one of the things that Ekiti had done from the political we had and the continuity we're enjoying is a very strong legal framework. We identified the 8 stages of procurement. When we identified these 8 stages, particularly from the procurement planning, which actually links up all the agencies that are involved in procurement. We look at the needs assessment, feasibility studies, budgeting process, market research, and all that. Just at that planning stage, we move to what we call the tender notice. Then we look at the tender harvest. We look at the tender evaluation, approval of contracts, and contract formulation. We just look at those mileages that are involved. And we built the law, the enactment of the law around those stages, it becomes very, very comprehensive. And the legal framework was developed in not only in legal jargon that ordinary people cannot just read. The legal framework was brought to the level of everybody. So that is very, very important. In any reform, if the legal framework is weak, I think everything in that wise will be weak. So the reform should start with the legal framework and the simplicity of that legal framework. And also, I would say from us, the establishment of the procurement cadre. And I think that is one thing that, even though I'm not very conversant with what's happening at the federal level, but in Ekiti, the establishment of the procurement cadre has really helped us. And you could see Mrs. Ajibari coming here. She's at the director level. She's a civil servant. And look at how she spoke authoritatively on news, because they were brought up as a cadre and they were empowered. They were seeing the process of training and retraining them. So the procurement cadre must be distinguished. And like we have had there, in their set, we have to bring procurement cadre from the service, accountants, engineers, economists, and all that. But this time around, I think the federal government should be concerned at going into our universities and building a very strong curriculum for procurement, so that, coming into the procurement cadre could be well trained, particularly those who will start from level 8 to level 9, who will join the procurement and they have a longer year to spend on that procurement cadre and be able to impact the cadre. I think one thing that should equally be done, which has equally helped us, is this portal, this online system that we're talking about. The SIFT has helped us in this, and like I said, we collaborated with other states who had gone ahead of us. The federal government should not shy away from learning from those states who are equally practicing. I think there was a time when we started also, the federal government budget would be passed at around April, May. And as at that time, we are following Kaduna's example, our budgeting process must start on the first day of the fiscal year. But thank God, because today the federal government is there. So they should not shy away from coming to learn from states who are performing. It's going to help the federal government a lot. These are others. I think if we can put this together, Nigeria will get it right. I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have a small follow-up question for you. When Dr. Abba was talking this morning, he said something about Minister of Works power not able to approve a single contract in a year, something like that. And I also heard about Mr. Wike also complaining about some of the rigidities of the procurement process. How do we get the balance? How do we get the balance between navigating through the various legal aspects and the efficiency required to finish that process so that the contract can move ahead?
It is because this law is based a human being for human beings. And if the political will is there, and there is a marching order, and there are posts with which this is a benchmark, that is the way we equally make it. But if the political will is not there, and somebody is coming from Mr. Presidency, you have a presidency that is stronger than the president, and there is a divided voice, and somebody is about to start something and they say, no, from president, this is what is coming, and then those who are to do cannot move forward. That is having a dissenting voice when it is not necessary. But if the implementers are well tutored, sir, it is not necessary that we're having these drafts. And the point is that if the schedule had been distinguished, you know where where I am. And like Governor Obayemi will always say, there is no silos mentality in my administration. If you are not ready to move ahead, I do somebody. But you know that the political will is there and is very straightforward. So the clock in the wheel of progress are the implementers. It's not the law itself, not the system. They are the implementers. They are the ones that are putting us into all this mess. But if the political will is there and the marching order has been given, and the law is written in a very simple manner that could be interpreted by Tom, Dick, and Harry, it's going to solve the problem. But the issue is that there should be education also. I believe the actors of this procurement should be well trained and be well tutored. Answer. There is a difference between doing e-procurement and e-pocketing. Yes, our governor was emphasizing on this from time to time. Those of you will be pretending as if you want to do e-procurement and you are doing e-pocketing. If I get you. So if we define that we are on for e-procurement, not for e-pocketing, there will be delays. Thank you very much.
Okay, to my friend from the World Bank. So far, we understand what the World Bank has been doing, the support it will give it to ensure that Nigeria gets it right. And the examples have emerged from what is happening in Ekiti and Kaduna states. So my question to you, what plans do you have to scale up this support to other parts of the country, other states? Or are you doing that already? If not, what are the plans to also make sure that these reforms and these innovations are also getting to the other states? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll speak at length a little because of other, I don't know, it's a coincidence that I've been part of these reforms from 2000. Even all these laws they are talking about the state, we call them fourth generation laws. I was involved. All the states, 36 states. The project that is training procurement officers and the tax team lead in the bank is the first project in the whole of Africa and in the bank to borrow money just for procurement. Number 3, the committee set up by President Tinubu to restructure the proper procurement law. I'm a member. We have done the first stage of the work. So at least as an insider, I should be able to speak and learn on what is going on. In fact, I want to start with the issue of the women in procurement. It took us 2 days to discuss what clauses should be in the corporate procurement law that will target women, gender. We received memoranda from many institutions that are dealing with gender on this matter. What we have done and what we are proposing is that we should have incentive in the law that will target women SMEs and women SMEs. Though, like somebody said, it's not because you are a woman, but establishment that are managed by women, something, and then CDDs, community-driven procurement that has to do with women. So, just to assure people that that is being factored in the corporate procurement law under sustainable procurement. In terms of training, even issue of gender, the SPACEY project, I was just showing my senior colleague here, professor. In the program they are running in the 6 universities, they have DLIs. If they do certain things, they achieve. I was just trying to tell her, I showed her the letter we're writing to the Minister of Finance on part of the money that we're going to refund them as performance allowances, that about 3,000 women have gone on through the training in this second batch of assessment. So those who are concerned about gender, about women, under the training is being done. On issue of capacity building, because I'm responding to the presentation. There's already a platform like the 6 universities that are doing now from track A. Track A is for people like PAMSEC, Minister, track B, and then track C is postgraduate, those who are more professional and then we have track E, the BAc, and then we have the other track, Masters and PhD, to have a faculty later. In fact, the project is supposed to close by October, but we are struggling because this track E to have our attention. You know, human capital development is very difficult. So, just to respond to the presentation, the legal framework that we raise, we need strong laws that incorporate this thing. The public procurement law is being reviewed and we're involved. And any resolution here will take it there. And for your information, this public procurement law, the states also tap from it. It's a reflection. So I think that angle is being done. Then institutional framework. This law, we have given a role to BPP as a regulator. We have observed that because these public procurement institutions, because of their doubling into implementation, there's no transparency. Just like the issue you raised. Because they just concentrate on no objection and so on, and the interest, like you said, the e-pocketing or e-procurement. What we mean by transparency is the interest. Whose interest are you trying to? Is it your interest or public interest? You already show local content. Let me tell you, the local content issue that was signed by the president that left, Buhari, we had a serious debate with the Ministry of Health and that local content. Because of that law, they wanted to go and buy bed nets just anywhere. Because of interest, self-interest. I can tell you that. And I saw it in the National Assembly. They are asking money that was borrowed about $300 million. Why has not been spent to buy the nets? I was a participant. It is because of self-interest. There was no transparency. We insisted there must be transparency in buying the bed nets. They say that because of local content, because of to encourage procurement in the country, they should go to one entity and buy the nets of $50 million. Of course, that's not a transparent decision. That's not a decision that for sustainable development. So that's what we mean by transparency. This decision you are taking, this procurement method you are taking, this procurement plan you are making, sir. So people are making procurement plan. In the making procurement plan, they are seeing new houses, new Jeep for themselves. Is that transparency? Although a plan has been made, but is that transparency? So these are the issues. These are the issues. Okay. So to tell you that the Public Procurement Act we are on it, and we are participating in it, and the training, the capacity building, we are on it, the Public Procurement Law on it, and the personnel. In fact, anybody going to work in the World Bank project in the future, either environment, procurement, project management, they have to pass through these institutions to be part of something. And for your information, this program has certification portal, sir, the presenter. We want now to have certification of public procurement cadre. It's something that is going to be done. Just like you said, sir, we are growing. And those who are transparently involved, they are pushing it. But I can assure you, even in this, one day I was talking, I remember, there was a time we were talking, when we were having a review meeting. I said there was a contradiction in this basic project. We are talking about procurement standards, environmental standards, social standards. But so people are saying they want to procure procurement officers in the project. I say, you are a procurement expert training people. You cannot do the work. You want somebody to be hired. And he is saying if you should do the work, he should pay you. Is that transparent? So you see, these are the kind of issues that we need to confront. Transparency in procurement is a decision that is a way of life. It must start from the budget. It must start from from what you think to do. Even the allocation of hospitals. When you are allocating projects, you may allocate the project to your, either a minister, to your village, not because of the contract that will go to it. So, sir, the question you are asking, the bank is supporting many reforms. We are going into the second generation reforms. As I was sitting here, I saw a mail. For our projects that are ongoing in the states, we are going to hire officers that can even help people sit with them to do procurement, so that procurement is not stored in the hands-on expanded implementation support. That means that a bank staff can go and participate in the procurement process and guide them. He will not take decision, but to guide them. We experimented during the COVID. During the COVID, I was in NCDC. Yes. During the COVID, I was in NCDC to help them in the procurement of all those things that they were doing, the isolation centers, all those requirements, medical equipment, and so on, from the bank fund. We had a pandemic fund, but that was accelerated and we were able to get those things. So I don't get our checks from the bank. I'm a Nigerian. I'm also still a Nigerian. As to the best of my knowledge, I think we are pushing very well. And Professor is a product. She's working on this program and she's very excited about it. And I believe we are going to achieve sustainable procurement through transparent procurement. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much. Last word for each one of you, please. 1 minute. Following shot. Your last word, please. The topic or their last message.
Yes. Well, I want to say that the place of the NGO in ensuring that we get it right in Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. And this, I want to encourage the likes of the CC to strengthen it. Maybe by the time you do it, you'll be able to take the government movement to the right path. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, my last word would be that we are really on track. Let's just continue working and see that we update the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel, please,
And that's what is that there's no side at all. So we should be working on fit for purpose procurement strategy in the country, leading to solve the problem that we say a minister could not award a contract for 1 year of this. It's because of the issue of fit for purpose. So we should be running towards fit for purpose and sustainable development through procurement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me hand over to the moderator.
Thank you. Please, one more time, a round of applause for our able chair and panelists. Please, you just have to stay put. There was something one of our panelists said that stuck with me. Transparency in procurement should be a way of life. Thank you. So I think we should all take that up. So we're going to have you can clap if you want to. So we're going to have a brief question and answer session before we go for our breakout session. Okay, so we have one here. Okay, another. So 3. Okay, yes. Forever hold your peace. Dr. Deji, you want to ask a question? All right, please, very briefly, because we're not trying to waste more time. So after this, we're going to have our panel session. Sorry, breakout session.
Good afternoon, Chairman and panelists. First of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers of this program. It's been very informative. And I really have a lot to take home to my organization. I am Mrs. Margaret Ekiti, Director of Procurement from the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. Mine is actually a few comments and observations. I wish this program could last longer than this, where we, the operators, we in the field, can also have a say. Like Dr. Joe Abba said, a lot is being hyped, and then some of the informations that are coming across about corruption and feeding our pocket may not be as true as they are sounding. Therefore, from MDA, I'm talking about the federal level, from MDA to MDA, the information that are available may be different. And now for us, the operators, we do not only rely on the act, we have the manual, we have the regulations. And the regulations and the manual give explanation to what you have in the act. Therefore, when we talk about rigidity, the Procurement Act has provided for international competitive bidding process, national competitive bidding process, the selective or direct procurement process, and the emergency procurement. Now, the emergency and the restricted procurement process are like exceptions. When you justify it, you are able to justify. And the emergency procurement comes into act when you are able to justify the urgency attached to that procurement and the need for it at that particular point in time. It allows you to go ahead and buy those items and later come back and do the paperwork. And now in doing the paperwork, you are submitting back to BPP to also evaluate your pricing, whether it has been reasonable in the circumstance. And they have the power to review downward whatever pricing, if you are trying to take advantage of the situation that had arisen. So you see, the procurement process to me, yes, it has its own disadvantage. So like everything that you have in life, two sides to a coin, but it is the most transparent way of keeping record and accounting for government money that is being spent day to day. It is from the procurement processes that you can have all those records from the beginning to the end. And there is law there when you circumvent any aspect of it. But like in everything in Nigeria, well, whether the law is effective, whether the oversighting agencies are doing their work, that is another question altogether. And then there is a part I want to speak to my brother who is part of the reform. When the Procurement Act came into being, you must have money on the ground before you can start procuring anything by a procuring entity. Now there is circular from the Ministry of Finance, which now says their bottom cash plan. Now, that law seems to be saying that the money doesn't necessarily mean to be on the ground. Because now you have done your procurement, then you do your commitment, before you do the financial commitment, legal commitment and all that, before the money is released to the entity. Whereas, if the money is not released, what happens to the consultant or the contractor that has provided services or goods or works for you? What happens to him? So you see, you have a circular which is now countering an act. So, sir, please, you may need to look into those circulars that are emanating from the Federal Ministry of Finance. Now, you also have another situation where they're talking about budget implementation plan. I have had some friction in my own ministry where I said, look, early in the year, the Finance and Account Department wants to carry out their cash plan. And I said, no, this cash plan should be feeding from the procurement plan. So you cannot go ahead and do a cash plan without the procurement plan, the consolidated procurement plan of the ministry established and approved by the Procurement Planning Committee. We had to argue back and front. What of a procurement officer who is not too vested with the law at her finger or his or her fingertip? They are endangered because they will overlook it and it will go on. Because he had his own argument and I had my own argument. And at the end of the day, I prevailed. And I said, look, you are having a mere circular with you and we're having the act here. And it means that if you are allowed to do your cash plan, it means the ministry will be having 2 implementing documents. One is actually illegal because this one is driving from a circular. So, sir, you may need to look at these issues because, to me, the Federal Ministry of Finance is countering the Public Procurement Act of 2007 if we allow these circulars to keep coming. Then the other issue that I will quickly talk about is when we talk about specification. In our procurement processes, if you want to buy a vehicle, you can only give very unique specification that is leading you to whichever vehicle, but you are not allowed to mention the brand. It is at the point, it is when those bidders submit their costs and all that, they will be looking at it. For example, Nissan is different from Toyota when you are looking at the specification, when you are looking at the engine components, you are looking at all the components holistically. Therefore, you are not allowed to say the brand, but you will make your specification that everybody in the motor industry can bid for. But at the end of the day, we are going somewhere without necessarily saying everybody should go to Toyota. I pray, my dear sister, probably when this type of program is being organized again, please allow us, the operators, to have a say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. While some want to leave, others think the time is not enough. Such is life. All right, so...
Excuse me. Okay. Let me, just 2 seconds, let me respond.
Okay, I hope it's 2 seconds indeed.
Yes. It's very important because, you see, the quality of the program. Let me start with the specification. This is a technical area that we may not discuss here. There are areas where you can mention a brand as equivalent because there are some that you cannot describe. And there are areas where you are going to frontline dealers, you can mention the specifications. That one we can deal with professionally. Now, the areas of these circulars, I'm happy. I say it's God providence that I'm here. I'm happy that the Minister of Finance is part of the committee. I said, I thank God, as small as I am, I sit with them. The Minister of Justice is part of the committee. I am representing the country director. So that's what I need to have, become a big man. So it's genuinely, and anybody who has another thing, in fact, sir, the output of this workshop, if it could quickly be transmitted to us, so that it's something, because we are not finished, we have done the first committee work to go to the larger team we look at, I think maybe, I don't know whether, I'll ask whether it is nice, maybe I can share what we have done with you. I'll ask the ethics committee. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure our communications team will work on making sure the outputs of this event is disseminated properly and as promptly as possible. So because of time, I'm only able to take 2 questions, sorry. So because you have spoken before, I would have to exempt you. So let me take from the lady on this side, and I think you put up your hand. Okay. So let me just stay here and then I'll come to you. We would still have more questions, but we'll do that maybe after, when we're done with the breakout session. We're still going to come and tell everyone what the output of that breakout session was. Then we can raise our questions, okay? Just to save time as much as possible.
Thank you so very much. And thank you so during the kind of work we do, we've been able to reflect on the effectivity of the procurement itself. At times, because procurement, we overly talk about the regulations instead of the output. We build schools. Have that helped? What's the quality of the school? Because we recently did a procurement assessment across other states. And part of the point we saw a lot of gap is regarding contract management. How effective, how qualitative, and even the timeline. You have a project now, I can show you that a project that since 2015, it has not been completed. And it's there. Cost overrun, a lot of things must have happened. So please share how you are tackling that very key instance. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not want to cheat Young lady, we're so sorry. From here, I'll just go to you, and that'll be all for now.
Sensitive.
Yes. Oh, but I mean, we had a lady. We had.
If you put all women, we'll protest now.
No, please don't. Okay, so when he's done, we'll have the lady. I believe that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I came in late. My name is David Mwao. I'm from the African Development Bank. And we are involved in quite a number of projects being implemented in the country. And I'm also happy to be here with my colleague, Patrick Owori. I think he introduced himself earlier. So I just wanted to say something about the reform. I know World Bank is heavily involved in this, which is very good. We are leading the development partners on this. And I recall that last week we also had a meeting because we are doing an assessment, appraisal of a PBA, a program-based operation, and we had an interface with the Bureau of Public Procurement. And we talked about the ongoing amendments that are taking place. And I did actually ask that how will the states be able to tap into this? Because the amendment seems to be focusing only at the federal level. But a lot of implementation of activities is taking place at the state level. And it's good that we have two colleagues here from the state, Kaduna and Ekiti. And these are two that are represented. And each time we talk about best practices, we hear about Ekiti and we hear about Kaduna. What about Sokoto? What about Imo State? So I hope as the reforms are being amended, the law is being amended, the states will be able to key in into this and be able also to look inwards and see what they need to do. But I think most importantly, the reforms should be also based on an assessment of the systems, which I think you are very familiar with, assessment of the procurement system, so that you can be able to prepare a capacity development, program. And based on the recommendation, the findings and recommendations of an assessment of a procurement system, then you'll be able to see whether, it will inform really on how best you can reform. And I would really want the states, interested states, to be able to come up to the development partners and ask if we can be able to support them in these activities. Personally, I'm involved in assessment of procurement system, and I was tasked managing the assessment of the Uganda National Procurement System, which has just been published. It was published last month by the MAPS Secretariat. So it is very important that an assessment is a comprehensive assessment that will inform, the amendments, the reforms that should take place. And of course, the comprehensive assessment will act as a baseline. And there are also what we call supplementary assessment, which looks into the different aspects like sustainable procurement, e-procurement, entity-level assessment, professionalism, and public-private partnership. There are tools which are being developed by OECD, and my colleague from the World Bank is aware of this. And this would really help for purposes of, coming up with, reforming all the bureaus. Because my experience in this country has been that most of these bureaus are actually not doing what they're supposed to do. They are all involved in provision or giving no objections. And when you look at the thresholds really give the bureaus the autonomy in, giving no objections. the bureaus should not ideally be involved in operations because that creates a conflict of interest. You cannot be a regulator and at the same time be also a player in the system. So I think this kind of assessment would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful contribution. Okay, so in less than 2 minutes, we have...
Let me answer this because for the benefit of the people, please.
No problem.
It's very important to say that, one, this bill to be an executive bill. Is the president himself that is asking for this because he says he's finding difficulties implementing programs. But we are using that opportunity to bring all these things we are saying. You may not know, in 2012, we did a value chain analysis in this country. It was led by Madam El-Rufai. I worked with him. I was the counterpart from the World Bank. Madam is very interested in procurement before he became governor. So if you see him going about procurement, it's because we did a value chain analysis that the result was never published. Despite the fact Okonjo-Iweala was the president because of the findings. You know the political economy. But we are now using those things at least to improve on the law, just for a point of information. Number two, you know, we are running a federal system. In the law, there's a provision that says if you are using money that's up to 30% of the federation revenue or something like that, you have to adopt the national procurement law. But by the way, all the state laws are adopted from the federal law. So I think the state will key in. And finally, the issue of no objection. I can assure you that when we issued our first comment on the draft bill, somebody phoned me that they were looking for me. The Bureau of Procurement, the DG, they were looking for me to slaughter. Why we should say that this no objection is not their responsibility. So that is being taken care of. And I think I will discuss with Madam here to give me more wisdom on how to tackle that. Because if the bureaus are not doing regulations, they are doubling into implementation, there will be compromise and the thing will not work. There will be no transparency. Because you cannot do a research, you are doing a PhD, and you are the one who is clearing your proposal. It's not possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Victoria Namane from African Project Development Center. So I would say that the panelists have really done well when it comes to throwing more light on this transparency issue. But now I have a question, not just for the panelists, but to everyone who is here. How transparent are you? Because I believe you can't offer what you don't have. Charity begins at home. How different are you when you find yourself among those corrupt seeds during procurement? I think this is something that we really need to work on individually in order for us to create difference when it comes to procurement. And secondly, I don't know if it's okay for me to ask this question based on the gender responsive procurement. Now, we all talk about empowering women, bringing them into this procurement system. What are the ways, what are the steps that needs to be accomplished for a woman to be fit to accomplish this position? Because I believe procurement is a strategic and a very, very sensitive position. It's not everyone that can handle it. So I want to know, and also, how do we intend to bring women into this procurement? Is it by organizing conference, because I believe 95% of people in procurement are male. Why 5% are for female? Because maybe my gender thinks that this is a man's job, so they don't want to go into it. So I want to ask, what are the steps that needs to be taken for more women to come into procurement? Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, quite intriguing.
I will answer that. In the bank, my manager is a woman. So for the bank, 100% action have been taken. My manager is a woman. One of my colleagues, Barbara, those who work in AGI, they will see her, she's a woman. This madam is a director of procurement, is a woman. The first procurement due process, OB, was a woman. Bimbo Okusheto was a woman. So, well, how strategic our women are is what we're working on now. And in the trend they are making, there's a quota for women, isn't it? So I think steps have been taken. But I think what you're asking, that consciousness should continue. That's my own response to that question.
All right, thank you. Please, a round of applause one more time for our chair and our panels. Thank you, please. You can go back to your seat. Thank you so much. They did an excellent job. Please, one more time, a round of applause for them. Thank you. We are slowly winding down and drawing the curtains to this event, but we're going to have one last segment, which is a breakout session that will last for exactly 30 minutes. Okay, and to take us further, he's going to break down how we're going to do this and how we'll be divided into groups. Mr. Great Namani.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the invaluable contribution so far. So for the breakout session, we are going to be divided into four groups. So each group, based on the information I'm getting now, will work on two topics out of the four issues mentioned. Remember, we were talking about transparency, skills gap, gender responsiveness, and behavioral psychology. So we have four groups, and each group will treat just two topics within the space of 30 minutes, and then we would call it a day. So just for us to be split into groups, I'm going to divide us into four groups. So I'll just assign numbers. So you just take your numbers from 1 to 4, and that would guide us. So Prof, you're number 1. So you're number 2. Yeah, it's the same right for the session. So you are number 3 in group 3 for the breakout session. So you're in group 4. 1, 2, 3. So you're in group 4. Okay, 1. Sir, group 2. Sir, group 3. Group 4. Hello, man. Group 4. So you're in group 1. Can you hear me touching? So you're in group 2, then you're in group 3. Any other person to go? Okay, group 4, group 1, group 2. Hello, man. Group 3. Then group 4. Any other person before group 1? Then okay, that will be it. So group 1 by my right, group 2 this way, group 3 we have chairs set here already, and then group 4 over there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we'll be back in exactly 3:33, and we'll wrap up. Thank you.
So we had 4 groups, and it would be nice to hear the outcome of the conversations from each group. So I'll need a representative, I don't know if I should call the person a secretary, to tell us just 2 things that you discussed in your group. All right, so what team wants to go first? All right, the A team then.
Thank you, colleagues. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who has waited with us. We got a lot. I got a lot out of this group. So I'll talk about, so my group was gender, of course. And I'll just pick 2 things that I felt were really, really important. So I asked my colleagues some of the challenges, but give me a solution. One of the things that I think was really important, somebody talked about succession planning. Like if you're a woman in management, how do you ensure that the next person to take over from you is also going to be a woman? So we don't default to going back to having men have all the managerial positions. And when we talked about, we have to plan our succession. So if you are in a post, you have to think about who are those under me that I can groom, that I can mentor. And that was very interesting. And I think from the gentlemen here, they were very, they gave me a lot of good points. But I think one of the biggest things they talked about is the cultural context. All right. So of course, we are in a patriarchal society. So we know that just generally means that there's an ideology in society that we all follow. And that ideology is that men have more value than women. Okay. And we're all groomed into that. Okay. Which is why we train our boys differently from the way we train our girls. Okay. So we talked about that. So one of the colleagues talked about a situation where a contractor had to hire women, and in a certain part of the country, and when he hired these women qualified, but many of them will come back and say, oh, my husband says I cannot work in this office if there are men in the office. My father says I can't work in the office if there are men in the office. And so we said we have to think about changing our mindsets. It does a disservice to the men in an office if you think they can't work with women. It does a disservice to women if you think they cannot stay in the same room as men, right? Then you're not thinking of them as human beings who are rational and have agency. So I think changing our mindset, thinking about the way we think about boys, thinking about the way we think about girls is really important. So I think those are the 2 points from my groups. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please a round of applause for her and her group. I was just observing they were really into the conversation. All right, so changing of mindset, also the cultural context. It's very important that we don't just talk largely. We should also be able to break it down. So I think that's actually a very major issue in Africa, especially Nigeria. And of course, it's very warm to hear that we are thinking of succession plans. You know, there was this woman, I would not call her name, but we probably know who I'm talking about. So she had this issue with, I think, fraud. And I saw a post on LinkedIn, or rather we did it live, and then someone asked a question, and then the person said that you're talking about, I think it was International Day of the Girl Child, yes, when we had our live. And our Instagram live, and the person was like, okay, you're talking about having more women in power and all of this, but nobody is talking about this lady that her story has been everywhere about this issue with fraud. And it just came to my mind that when you're in a position of power, you're not just thinking of the now, you're also thinking of the future, right? Not making it hard for other women to come, not giving bad stories or bad reviews in quotes, right? So thank you very much. Please, one more time, a round of applause for their group. Very, very valid. Okay, so the second group. Group 2. Is this group 1? All right, group 2. Dr. David that presented is the one. Please, a round of applause. Presenter, secretary, research director. Okay, but you're doing it.
It's somewhere. Okay. While we're expecting the paper, it's somewhere in the room. So I think I will just share 2 things that resonate with me in terms of the conversation around. So I'm biased, so it's what's resonates. So number one, in terms of, I think one of the good things we discuss is that without sanctions, all what we are talking about is just that we have to have a sanctioning system, and that there is already sanctioning system in our procurement. For example, I think someone mentioned that if you violate the procurement law as a civil servant, you are liable to imprisonment or a fine of 5 million. but nobody has actually been sanctioned. So in a way, everybody sees it as just a lot, because a law that is there, that is not implemented, is also not a law. People believe it's just like, it's not there for them, because nobody actually is going to, I mean, people have been violating it and no punishment. So sanction is part of it. I think that's one of what we discuss. Maybe the other point that is looking attractive, it's around the audit system. And I think Prof actually also helped us to link the audit system to transparency and skill gaps. Because we don't actually also have enough auditors that can really go in and audit each department's budget to say this is what the state of things are in the system. So there's a skill gap around there, but without we auditing the procurement, we can't have transparency, because you can do anything and call it transparency. I think like one of the chair said, are we really doing procurement? You can do anything and call it whatever name. It is until someone says, oh, we have violated this process, that we have this check and balance. So anybody that can claim I'm transparent and doing procurement without doing what is expected. I think one point that looks very interesting for me as an economist is the decentralized procurement process, whereby, and someone suggested role of technology like blockchain, like why don't we actually introduce that kind of thing that really make sure that if we identify 8 stages in procurement, and it's just one agency that is responsible for the 8, in a way, you're the one that will evaluate, you're the one that will pick, you're the one that will do all of this. So in a way, it's really not really creating enough check and balances to the system. Can we decentralize the system such that, in a way, we pick the power? Maybe you will do all the evaluation, and when it comes to picking, someone will try to say, okay, you've done your own assessment. Now, based on what you've collected, let me now be the one that selects such that that power becomes the power belonging to independent agencies. So that is actually another thing that resonates with me. I just think I should end it there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deji. Decentralized procurement system. Very important. I also think that resonated with me as well. So we have 2 more groups, right? All right, okay. So we have Mr. Isiaka. Please, a round of applause for him. Is this group 3? Group 4. So what about group 3? Who's talking from group 3? Okay, no problem. Okay, let me help you with that.
Thank you very much. We will talk about transparency also in my group. And we identify several challenges that we are likely to encounter when we are talking about transparency of procurement in Nigeria. And one of them is political will, because it's even in the overriding challenges. Without political will, nothing can be done. So we identify political will. The second one we identify is weak legal framework or static legal framework. What we know is that legal framework we have since 2007, and if it's not dynamic enough, it will not be able to meet the challenge of the day. The time that the procurement came into law, and this process, the dynamic has changed. So we identify that part of the solution is that the law must be dynamic and be reviewed regularly as the event of so that to accommodate new challenge that is coming up. Not only that, we identify that lack of technology is also part of the problem that we are facing, and they have to address that one is to make sure that we have homegrown e-procurement, because most of the e-procurement, if we do not have homegrown, we just implement what other people have that will not be compatible with our own domestic need. So we need homegrown e-procurement process that we even call it native intelligence, so that we also put that one into our own. So apart from that, we also identify capacity gap, although we talk about skill gap in different parts, but it's also part of the challenge, because you need a kind of professionals to qualify one who has gone through the maybe rigor of academy and have a field experience to be able to ensure that you have a kind of successful procurement. Not only that, we have poor participation of the topic. That's one of the challenges that we've identified in the course of this program. So we need to encourage the poor people to have public to participate in the procurement process, right from project preparation and project implementation and the procurement itself. Not only that, we also talk about weak institution. Weak institution is very common not only in Nigeria but in Africa in general, and that has a lot of implications on whether the public procurement is going to be successful or not. If you have strong institution, at least behavioral aspect of it can also be addressed. But without weak institution, human being we can behave as well together. So we identify that we must have strong institution in place so that we'll be able to address this. And the last one is challenge of cultural issue. Women cannot do this, or this is the place of women in the society. So we need to address that one. It's also part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to fold the paper so you will not see more points. Thank you. Native intelligence. Very interesting. Very interesting. I do agree. Lots of things we need to look inwardly and see how we can do that. I think you also mentioned something about capacity building, I'm guessing, because we do not have a lot of professionals to do some of these things. There was a point he raised that I was trying to remember after Dr. Deji had spoken, and it was a weak legal framework. So, even if these rules and laws, they are not really implemented when people are caught or people offend the law, in quotes. Thank you. For the last group, Mr. Great, come and join us. We need to wrap it up. Please, a round of applause for him. I just realized we clapped for everybody. All right, let me help you with that.
Thank you. So in my team or group, we spoke about skills gap, and we were able to identify some challenges. I'll just mention a couple of them. First is lack of curriculum in universities. So we mentioned that a good number of universities don't have procurement as a course, and you discover that the centers are overburdened, like is overburdened with responsibilities to do because they don't have enough universities, right, offering the course. And then affordability of training. So most times when procurement officers are not trained, they need to find it, and if they need to be promoted, they know they need to apply the skills. So they have to go as far as trying to train themselves and pay for the courses. Then there is the absence of procurement cadre where there is no specific designation, right, and it really affects the management system. And there's lack of national strategy. If we have a very good strategy on training of procurement officers, it will go a long way. And we mentioned some solutions like a peer review mechanism, skilling and upskilling, providing proper remuneration, which will actually help the officers not to go the other way and go back there. And finally, we talk about standardization of curriculum, perfect curriculum that would help with officers and make them more efficient and effective in discharging their duties. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Great. Many of you might not know, and when I was going to introduce him to be the one to split us into group, he warned me. He said, just call my name. Don't say anything I've done. But I'm sorry, I have to disobey you, Great. He is one of the key people that helped with the planning of this event. He has been working tirelessly to put everything together. And I believe in giving people their flowers. So if you are going to, your name is Great. If you are going to be great, you need to get used to greatness. Yeah, so very important point. Not until, it's only once I was discussing with him that I followed, or I went to market our hall here, and then I bumped into a bidding event. I'd never heard of anything. I think just abroad when I watch movies, and I was wondering, what was going on, a lot of papers and people. That was the first time that I had ever encountered that. And then when we were talking about this event, that's when I now really had to stop it and know what exactly. That's why in my introduction, I had to break it down, even for me to understand. Right, and that is to let you know that we can do more with putting things like this in the curriculum. This is very important. It's not that we wait till the leaders of tomorrow are already born. So we cannot be waiting till then. We need to know, the children, adults, we need to know about these things. Very important. And he also mentioned skills gap. I do agree. I think it's a point that has been recurrent with all the groups. Wow. If you look at the time, it's 3:55. We've had so much fun, have we not? Wow, time really goes by when you're having fun. I want to welcome Dr. Deji to just give us a closing remarks. In less than 5-10 minutes to be out of here. I won't tell you to, yes, lunch, yes, and we're going to have lunch. I won't tell you to clap again because I know you have clapped a lot today. So, Dr. Deji, you know we appreciate you. Okay, you want to clap? Please clap for.
I want to say thank you to everyone for joining us today. We started this around 10 o'clock, and this is 4 o'clock. People are still active, well engaged. It means two things. It means we have actually gotten the right audience, and it also means that we are saying something that really resonates with us. So I think for that, I want to really say, please let us clap for ourselves for what we have done so well. In terms of the next steps, I would say this is actually an ongoing work, and very soon, when the final report is out, we will incorporate this feedback into the report, and we will share with us. But I think this conversation has also given us opportunity in terms of where we can actually plug into, and I think we are going to explore that. I mean, the World Bank team has also, given that it's part of the reform team, what we plan to do is they communicate from this meeting, which will be ready by next week. We will share with them so that they actually get this way. They don't need to wait for the big report. They can actually get our voices and add it into whatever they are doing. I think that will contribute to it. But we also going to establish a kind of linkage and talk to them so that some of the reflection we've had in this room will be part of what we take forward going forward. On behalf of the University of Stellenbosch, Professor Shepherd representing the team from there, the working institutions, I guess they are still online. I mean, the man that they joined in the morning, but that was about 3 a.m. in the morning, their time. So I want to thank them, the Carter Foundation that made this possible. We want to really appreciate them. I also want to appreciate my colleague from CC that has helped to facilitate and make sure that this is a very good experience for all of us. So I just want to say thank you so much for contributing to this work. And it's not just a contribution to our work, I think it's a contribution to Nigerian development, because this is beyond us. This is about something that's really everybody is passionate about. I mean, someone said procurement is development, right? So how do we then move forward without actually your contribution to this kind of discussion? So thank you so much. And we hope that very soon we would be able to actually meet either here or in whatever forum to continue the conversation around procurement and how to make it better.
Thank you, sir. Well, he has said it all. I would still want to appreciate everyone. Like he said, we've been here from 10 a.m., some even 9 till this time when we're still active and contributing. Thank you so much. So I'm in Nigeria, and Hausas will say Nagode, Igbos will say Dalu, and Yorubas will say Eshe. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being an amazing audience and being part of this conversation today. Please see CC as your home. Come here anytime you want, and feel free to visit our website at www.ccafrica.org to keep abreast with all the information that you need and the work that we're doing here. Thank you so much. Have an amazing day, and